Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations so that, setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. President, there are 3 questions for oral response on today's order paper. Question number 99, number 100, number 101. The government is in a position to respond to 100% of the questions on the order paper.
Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Question number 99 to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, according to information received from the Commissioner of Police, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service is fully cognizant of the murder of the 5 individuals alluded to in the question, which took place recently at Har Place in East Port of Spain. As such, focused efforts have been made to bolster the capacity of the TTPS to treat with this very unfortunate and pressing concern. These efforts include, but are not limited to, round-the-clock static patrols, foot and mobile. These are being carried out by the TTPS, particularly the Port of Spain Division, the Interagency Task Force, and the Port of Spain Divisional Task Force in the Har Place area and environs. These patrols are also performed on a 24-hour basis by station personnel in collaboration with the Guard and Emergency Branch, Port of Spain Division Gang Intelligence Unit, and the Port of Spain Division Community Policing Unit. Additionally, the Port of Spain Gang Intelligence Unit and the Port of Spain Task Force are conducting ongoing intelligence-led exercises targeting gangs and priority offenders within the Port of Spain Division. They are also engaged in joint station patrols, which are actively underway, ensuring continuous coordination and effective communication, all of which are monitored by senior officers at the Operations Unit. The Besseau Street Station, along with the Besseau Street Central Criminal Investigation Department and the Belmont Police Station, along with the Belmont Police CID, also assist in these patrols in East Port of Spain. Layer upon layer of different units patrolling and keeping the area under manners, under watch. More joint patrols and army patrols are being implemented in collaboration with the CID as well, and special teams were formed comprising intelligence and operational units of the TTPS to dealing with these. Mr. President, before I conclude, simply to say, I have the opportunity to see some of these operations. I function in the area as MP and as citizen, and I have access to other information, and I'm quite tempted to say that I'm satisfied, but you know, in this business of dealing with crime, it flares up anytime, anywhere, coming from the evil nature of the human being, wherever he is. But notwithstanding, the senior superintendent in charge of Port of Spain Division, and of course under the direction of his senior officers, are conducting what I consider to be quite satisfactory operations in that area and the wider environs. And I am looking forward to this kind of activity bearing continuing fruit to the relief of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, particularly those in that division in East Port of Spain. I thank you.
Senator Mark.
Yeah, I'm going on to the next question, sir. Question number 100 to the Minister of National Security.
Minister of National Security.
Thank you again, Mr. President. The matters raised by the senator in this question are, if it escaped him, very serious matters of national security. The Prime Minister, as head of the government, and more specifically, head of the National Security Council, has spoken publicly to these issues. As to the suggestion in respect of any link to criminal conduct, this is quite premature. It would therefore be inappropriate for me to comment any further on these matters, particularly at this stage. I repeat, the senator's assumption is wholly premature.
Mark.
Yeah. Mr. President, having regard to the seriousness of developments that have taken place at this premier spy agency, can the minister indicate, spying agency, can the minister indicate to this honorable Senate whether there is any intention on the part of the administration to weed out undesirables that may still exist within the bowels of this particular state agency that is supposed to be providing this country with top-of-the-line surveillance and intelligence.
Minister of National Security.
May I, with your leave, Mr. President, adopt the formula for my ministerial colleague who visited this place yesterday and suggest to the senator that I am prepared to speak very slowly such that he may understand. These are matters of national security. They have been spoken to thus far publicly by the Honorable Prime Minister as head of the National Security Council, and it is quite premature to come to any conclusions while the matters are being reviewed as indeed they are. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Mark.
Yeah. Question, I'll go on, Mr. President. Question number 101 to the Minister of Health.
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and good afternoon to one and all. According to the Dental Profession Act, Chapter 29.54, the regulation of the practice of dentists and/or the question of unregistered persons holding themselves out as dentists fall under the jurisdiction of the Dental Board of Trinidad and Tobago. As of April 17, 2024, the Ministry of Health received no complaints regarding unregistered persons holding themselves out as dentists. Thank you, sir.
Senator Mark.
Mr. President, can I ask the Honorable Minister, having regard to the publicity that this particular matter has received as Minister of Health, can I ask through the President whether, as Minister of Health, you have taken any interest in seeking an audience with the appropriate board or authority with responsibility for the Dental Association to determine the veracity or authenticity of these reports that have been publicly made in Trinidad and Tobago?
Minister of Health.
Thank you very much. The Ministry of Health and the Dental Board meets and talks very regularly on all matters referring to the profession. The same publicity is also available to the Dental Board, who has a primary function of investigating these complaints. and these claims. We have no investigative authority. If we receive complaints, we will certainly do our part and pass it over to the appropriate authority to act under sections 30 to 36 of the Dental Act.
Senator Vieira.
Minister, under the Dental Profession Act, is it possible to prosecute quacks or unregistered dentists in the criminal court as a summary offense?
I would prefer if the dental counsel, who has, and you very well know because you are the attorney for the dental counsel, so you know that the ministry has no role to prosecute. It is up to the dental counsel, whom you advise, to do this. Thank you very much.
Senator Mark.
Mr. President, Mr. President, can I ask through you to the Honorable Minister? Minister, the public is exposed, and in those circumstances, I'm asking the Minister, what is the role of the Minister of Health in protecting the public, Mr. President, as it relates to quacks posing as dentists and members of the public are accessing these persons to conduct, works on their mouth? So I'm just trying to find out who is protecting the interests of the public in this matter.
The Ministry of Health, if we have claims that can be verified, we are very interested to pass over these verifiable claims to the appropriate persons who can act under the Act, which is the Dental Council. So I suggest if anyone has claims, we are very interested, but we need information that we can pass on to the appropriate authority.
Senator Vieira.
Yeah. Honourable Minister, is it not the problem that in order to prosecute unregistered dentists or quacks under the Dental Profession Act, the consent of the Director of Public Prosecutions is necessary, but that has proven to be a stumbling block for the Dental Council to proceed?
So, Senator Vieira, that is a little bit outside of what the original question is purporting.
Yes.
You have another question?
Is the Minister aware that that is a problem?
Legal counsel to the Dental Council, you should raise that with the council that you advise, so that they can deal with the Director of Public Prosecutions. We have no locus standi when it comes to prosecuting, and you know that, Honourable Senator. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
That's Bill's second reading.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Efficient and Effective Staging of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 and for related purposes be now read a second time. Mr. President, permit me, first of all, to offer something in the nature of an apology by way of explanation to honourable senators and yourself for the regrettably short notice in bringing this omnibus piece of legislation to this chamber. Senators will note that the T20 World Cricket Cup event is being hosted in the United States of America and in 6 CARICOM countries, namely Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, Guyana, St. Lucia, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and in the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. We have been coordinating around the clock to meet certain deadlines agreed upon by the CARICOM host countries and the ICC in order to successfully manage what is undoubtedly an event of great magnitude and international viewership. Additionally, we've been working closely with our coordinating CARICOM host countries to harmonize primary and subsidiary legislation for this T20 World Cup event. The coordination event efforts have included international national, beg your pardon, interministerial meetings, regional meetings of attorneys general and ministers of legal affairs, CARICOM meetings of national security and law enforcement, meetings of chiefs of immigration from the 6 CARICOM host countries on matters of immigration, border control and management, and on the drafting of this harmonized piece of legislation to facilitate the hosting of this event. Those coordination efforts, Mr. President, have included many long days and nights by key local, regional, and international officials who have been trying to meet the short deadlines. I go on record to thank them for their sterling efforts. I wish to highlight, Mr. President, that the fact that all 6 CARICOM host countries are attempting to pass their sunset omnibus legislation around the same time to ensure the legislative harmony that we are striving for. I can report that, like us, Barbados's omnibus legislation is recently in its parliament, and St. Lucia, Antigua, and Guyana legislation is also soon to be introduced. I therefore urge, for the love of cricket, lovely cricket, on both sides, that we give this bill the easy passage that it deserves. Mr. President, if I could spend a little time on the history and policy behind the bill that is now before this August chamber. By Cabinet Minute of the 16th of June 2023, the Cabinet agreed to approve the submission of a bid for the hosting of ICC Men's T20 World Cup Cricket 2024 in Trinidad and Tobago over the period June 1 to June 30th, 2024. Following the submission of the bid on June 16th, 2023, Cricket West Indies, CWI, and the International Cricket Council, ICC, accepted the bid submission and identified Trinidad and Tobago as a host country for the tournament, awarding 4 Group 4 stage matches and 1 semi-final match. The agreement for the hosting of the Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024, that is to say the host agreement, was executed on the 19th of September 2023. That host agreement contains the terms and conditions for this very historic event. Mr. President and honorable senators, I ask everyone to note that the first special meeting of the Council for National Security and Law Enforcement, CONSLE, and Attorneys General of the Men's T20 World Cup 2024 host countries was held in Trinidad and Tobago on March 8th and 9th, 2024. CARICOM, Caribbean host countries, recommended at this meeting, among other things, that the Attorneys General of the host countries complete drafts of the necessary pieces of legislation. I particularly wish to thank all the Attorneys General of the 5 other host countries for their hard work, and at the risk of seeming to be invidious, I particularly wish to thank Attorney General Dale Marshall, Senior Counsel of Barbados, for his very hard work. Mr. President, in acknowledging that the Cricket World Cup 2024 was less than 3 months away, the first special meeting agreed that the host countries can utilize legislation used during the previous Cricket World Cup 2007 as useful precedents to be enacted for CWC 2024. Senators will nevertheless observe that the 2024 bill before this August chamber, while similar to its 2007 precursor act, has been interrogated to ensure that all persons, sponsors and spectators alike, are treated fairly. This sunset piece of legislation, Mr. President, like its predecessor, must be enacted to give the government's obligation for CWC 2024 T20 World Cup and will automatically expire, if passed, on the 30th of June 2024 after all obligations are fulfilled. Mr. President, it is unprecedented, it is anticipated that this event will be viewed by approximately 2 billion persons virtually. We also anticipate thousands of spectators to our shores to be physically present to view the matches scheduled to be played here in Trinidad and Tobago and in other host CARICOM countries. In anticipation of the influx of persons to our shores and for ease of travel during the specified period, the Honorable Minister of National Security has already signed sunset immigration regulations that will expire after the T20 World Cup event. Senators are asked to note that the Immigration ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 Mutual Recognition of Visas Regulations 2024 were published as legal notice number 69 of 2024 and laid in the Senate on the 23rd of April 2024 and in the other place on Friday 26th April 2024. These regulations are subject to negative resolution of Parliament. Those regulations, Mr. President, deal with the mutual recognition of visas by CARICOM host countries during the period May 15th to July 15th, 2024. Senators are asked to note that notwithstanding the mutual recognition of visas, Trinidad and Tobago will retain its sovereign right to refuse entry to persons seeking to enter Trinidad and Tobago if the admission of those persons would be contrary to the Immigration Act, Chapter 1801, or the immigration regulations. Mr. President, I am happy to announce and to remind that the group stage matches are to be held from June 12, 2024 to June 17, 2024 at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The semi-final match will be held on June 26, 2024 at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Warm-up matches will be held at the Queen's Park Oval, while the practice sessions will be held at Queen's Park Oval, Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground at the UWI, and the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Mr. President, without fear of contradiction, I am able to say that this is the largest sporting event hosted in the region since 2007. It is intended to achieve the following objectives: high-quality event management, infrastructure improvement, widespread economic opportunity to facilitate a widespread, equitable, and fair participation in the economic opportunities of the event, a unique Caribbean promotion to promote a unified Caribbean as a premier destination for all the world's nationalities with ease of movement through the islands, regional integration, enhancing the international popularity of cricket played right here in the Caribbean, and the Caribbean being promoted as a premier tourist destination. This event, Mr. President, will serve to establish our country and the Caribbean region as a sport tourism destination to advance the process of regional integration and to enhance the profit and profitability of cricket in the West Indies and throughout the world. I will spend just a little time to acknowledge the very invaluable work that has taken place and continues to take place of the local organizing committee, which has been established to execute the obligations assigned to us under the agreement for the hosting of Cricket CWC 2024. The local organizing committee is responsible for providing advice and support to CWI in implementing the event plan, assisting with execution of government guarantees, procuring the necessary personnel and expertise required for formulating and implementing the tournament plans, and liaising with government agencies and other relevant authorities to implement plans and assist with marketing and promotion of the tournament and tournament activities. The LOC has been working hand in hand with senior persons within government who are responsible for the following areas to ensure that CWC 2024 is well planned and well organized: health and safety, disaster management, emergency services, customs and immigration, transport, police and security forces, communications, telecommunications, satellite, etc., sport, utilities, intelligence. I take the opportunity, Mr. President, to commend the chair of the LOC, Mr. Douglas Camacho, for doing an excellent job to date. And and I wish to congratulate the LOC for the efficient manner in which they have been running and satisfying their commitments under the hosting agreement. Mr. President, one of Trinidad and Tobago's deliverables under the hosting agreement is ensuring that all stadia identified for CWC 2024 are of the highest standard, commensurate with similar international world-class sporting events, and all aspects are of a world-class nature. We are to ensure that sufficient areas are kept available at each stadium, which are dedicated exclusively to cricket activities, including practice, training, and warm-up. The government has identified 4 world-class facilities in our Twin Island Republic for the hosting of the matches, practice sessions, and warm-up sessions, and these are, as I've already mentioned, the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, the Queen's Park Oval, the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Ground, and the Digger Martin Sporting Complex. There are other deliverables, Mr. President, such as the match day operations, and hence the need for this omnibus sunset legislation to create the enabling environment to achieve this goal. Another deliverable is proximity to medical facilities. The 4 venues were chosen for the matches and practice sessions are all within close proximity to public and private hospitals. Another deliverable is safety and security. The local organizing committee shall be responsible for match security and the formulation of an appropriate security plan. That committee is working hand in hand with our colleagues at the Ministry of National Security to ensure that there is appropriate security in place. Disaster management is another deliverable. The government retains responsibility for disaster management even within the CWC 2024 venues. The LOC has been working closely with our colleagues at the Office of Disaster Preparedness Management through the Ministry of National Security to prepare all appropriate disaster preparedness plans. These deliverables, Mr. President, include accreditation, transportation, communication, accommodation, and Trinidad and Tobago's responsibility with respect to accommodation for 7,200 rooms for teams, officials, and media. The hosting agreement has also addressed immigration. It covers customs clearance, the ICC sponsors contractual obligations, marketing support, climate and environment, and ambush marketing, on which I will say a little more further. The latter, ambush marketing, is a concept that can be defined as an attempt by a company to claim or infer association with an event of which it is not an official sponsor. Ambush marketing is warranted its own discrete provision in the bill before this August House. Mr. President, the sunset piece of legislation gives us the ability to deliver on all of our deliverables to which we have committed ourselves, and hence the need for this legislation. Allow me, therefore, Mr. President, to go into the bill in some detail. The bill is divided into 6 parts. The first part deals with preliminary matters, while the second part of the bill deals with CWC 2024 special arrangements. Clause 3 provides for the declaration of any area within the control of the committee or CWI as a CWC 2024 venue, and the declaration of a period as a match period. This is to be done by public notice, published in the Gazette and in at least 1 daily newspaper. Clause 4 provides for CWI to have control of CWC 2024 stadia during a match period, subject to the rights of any governmental or municipal authority responsible for public health, disaster management, or national security. Clause 5 empowers the Commissioner of Police to exercise his rights, her rights, and control over traffic arrangements within any match venue and during any match period. This reflects the Commissioner of Police's general powers to effect road closures on a temporary basis, as well as create traffic regulations and orders governing vehicular flow and parking arrangements, such as is done around Carnival time. Clause 6 of the bill makes provision for the sale and distribution of tickets for CWC 2024 by persons solely authorized by CWI. Persons who seek to engage in illegal transactions or otherwise purport to sell tickets to CWC 2024 without due and proper authorization shall be subject to penalties contained in the bill. These persons are otherwise known as scalpers. There is a need to control scalpers, which is accounted for under the bill. Clause 7 is to be read in conjunction with the first schedule, which lists the 6 host countries and seeks to give effect to the mutual recognition of visas issued by countries which have agreed to facilitate travel to the CARICOM host countries for CWC 2024. The effect of that visa, mutual recognition of visas, will be that on entry into one of the 6 host countries, the visitor who arrives and is given a clearance by immigration at the first point of entry can then, under the harmonized arrangements that are being put in place by the regulations and the legislation, that person then has the facility to move within the 6 CARICOM host countries, subject, of course, to discretionary control by immigration officials. Mutual recognition of visas will have effect during the period 15th of May 2024 to 15th July 2024. Beg your pardon. Clause 8 provides that the minister with responsibility for immigration shall provide with efficiency and within 7 days of being requested work permits and approvals and documentation required for same, and those shall remain valid and effective until the conclusion of CWC 2024. Clause 9 seeks to give effect to the obligation of host countries regarding the waiver of import and export duties. Clause 10 provides for the exemption of taxes and duties on CWC 2024 tickets. Mr. President, Part 3 of the bill regulates CWC 2024 match venues. Clause 11, for instance, prohibits the unauthorized entry into and exit from stadia. A person must be a permitted entrant within the meaning of the bill to enter and may only leave through an official exit unless otherwise permitted. Clause 5 prohibits entry onto the playing field and such other areas within stadia as may be indicated. Contravention of this provision constitutes an offense, and the offender may also be ordered to leave or may be removed. Clause 13 provides for the designation of any area within a CWC 2024 venue for the duration of a match period as a reserved area, or any seat within a CWC 2024 venue as a reserved seat. A person who is not the holder of a CWC 2024 ticket authorizing him to be in a reserved area or occupy a reserved seat shall not do so unless authorized by CWI. Contravention of this provision constitutes an offense, and the offender may also be ordered to leave or may be removed from the venue or only from the particular area to which the contravention relates. Clause 15 seeks to suspend the privileges of members of a stadium with the consent of the owners of the stadium during a match period. We were at particular pains to ensure at the drafting stage and the legislative review committee stage that the consent of the owners of the stadium would have to be obtained if members of a particular venue are going to have their membership rights suspended. And we are happy to say that we have so far secured the consent of all of the owners and managers of those various stadia. Clause 15 prohibits certain specified conduct of persons within any CWC 2024 venue. Clause 16 provides for the prohibition or restriction of certain items as specified in the second schedule. And that second schedule sets out in some detail, Mr. President, the prohibited items in parts 1 and 2 thereof. Those would include dangerous objects, weapons, and any article capable of being used as a weapon. Clause 17 provides for the surrender on request of prohibited items or items used or which may be used in a manner prohibited by the Act for which this is the bill. The second schedule details some of those, and I will give some examples. Illegal drugs, fireworks, flares, and explosives. We will need to ensure that in our schedules we provide a mechanism that would prevent persons from bringing these items into the stadium. Clause 18 provides for the prohibition of the sale of goods or services in a CWC 2024 venue during a match period. Clause 19 authorizes the taking of photographs of persons who are suspected on reasonable grounds to have committed or have been involved in the commission of an offense in a CWC 2024 venue. Clause 20 provides for any person in such a venue who has committed or has been involved in the commission of an offense to provide his name and address to a police officer. Mr. President, Part 4 of the bill takes into consideration clauses 21 to 26, making provision for the control of advertising. One of the bill's cornerstone philosophies conserves the protection of commercial rights, which is a major obligation laid down in our commitment in the hosting agreement. These rights refer to all the rights of the IBC and the CWI and the various licenses in respect of sponsors, suppliers, media rights, including broadcasting, sound and images in all forms, and all other rights of a commercial nature. We need to ensure that sponsors' rights are protected because they may then sue the IBC, CWI, and the local organizing committee. Mr. President, some of those official sponsors, just to name a few, include Aramco, Emirates, and Coca-Cola. Clause 21 prohibits certain advertisements on structures within a declared match venue. Clause 22 provides for the prohibition of the use of airspace during a match period over a CWC 2024 venue. That is to say, the overflight of aircraft, subject, of course, to national security aircraft and other such. Clause 23 provides for the prohibition of certain advertisements that relate to or are connected with CWI, which is false or misleading. Clause 24 prohibits the commercial broadcasting, telecasting, recording or filming of any information relating to a CWC 2024 activity without the approval of the CWI. Clause 25 prohibits certain trade practices. It deals with what is known as ambush marketing by intrusion. As members of this House will recall, ambush marketing is as an attempt by persons or companies to claim or infer association, however slight, with an event of which it is not a direct or official sponsor. In other words, persons who try to make financial gains on an event to which they have not contributed financially. We have the example of the 1996 Cricket World Cup in India, the Nothing Official About It campaign by Pepsi during that World Cup, who had literally taken the thunder from under the official sponsor Coca-Cola in that year in one of the most disruptive moves in an ambush market in history. That campaign was both combative and disruptive and showed cricketers rejecting the official drink of the Cricket World Cup, Coca-Cola, in favor of the unofficial drink. That is why this ambush marketing clause is very important in order to protect the commercial rights of official sponsors of CWC 2024. Beg your pardon, Mr. President. Clause 26 prohibits the promotional use of CWC 2024 cricket tickets. Part 5 of the bill, which includes clauses 27 to 38 and deals with the protection of CWC 2024 marks, indicia, and images. Clause 27 provides for the prohibition of the unauthorized use of a CWC 2024 mark. Clause 28 provides for the prohibition of the infringement of such a mark or any other mark of IBC, ICC, WICB, or CWI. Clause 29 seeks to set out the indicia of CWC 2024 and images that are not to be used without authorization, and the third schedule to the bill contains that list. Subclause 3 provides that indicia and images that so closely resemble CWC 2024 indicia or images as to be likely to be mistaken for them by a reasonable person are also to be regarded as CWC 2024 indicia or images. Clause 30 defines the actions that constitute application of Clause 2024 indicia and images to goods and services. It includes the application of the indicia and the images to the goods as well as the application of advertisements to promote goods and services. Clause 31 seeks to specify that CWI or IBC may license a person to use any one or more of its indicia or image purposes. Clause 32 provides for the prohibition of the unlicensed use of CWC 2024 indicia or CWC 2024 images. And Clause 33, and this is an important clause, seeks to ensure that the legitimate interests of third parties in the use of CWC 2024 indicia and images themselves are not unreasonably compromised. It provides that the use of the mark, indicia, or images for the purpose of or in connection with the provision of information or for the purposes of criticism or review is not itself an infringement. In other words, the provision of factual information, such as the reporting in the media, as is guaranteed under our Constitution, is to remain unaffected by the restrictions otherwise imposed on the bill, in the bill. Clause 34 provides for the detention of goods that have a CWC 2024 mark, indicia, or images, which are not authorized to be used for commercial purposes. Beg your pardon. Clause 35 obliges the Comptroller of Customs to notify CWI or IBC of the detention of goods bearing CWC marks, images, or indicia, and within 21 days of receipt of the notice, the relevant party may apply for an injunction respecting the importation of such goods. Clause 36 authorizes the Comptroller to release goods in question where no application for an injunction has been made within the specified time or where the release has been consented to by the CWI, IBC, or a licensed user. And subclause 2 authorizes the Comptroller to release the goods if he's of the opinion that there was no contravention and that an application for an injunction was not made in relation to the importation of goods. Clause 37 provides the Comptroller power to the Comptroller to retain and not to dispose of detained goods. Clause 38, Mr. President, seeks to preserve existing rights. Subclause, and again this is important for purposes of our national sovereign rights in this country, subclause 1 makes it clear that existing rights granted under our Trademarks Act or the Industrial Designs Act in relation to the CWC 2024 indicia or images or any other protected thing are not affected by the operation of this bill. Subclause 2 provides that the clause does not and is not intended to affect the use of any mark, indicia, or images by a person if immediately before the commencement of the act for which this is the bill, that person would have been entitled to prevent another person from passing off goods or services as the goods or services of the first person. And subclause 3 seeks to make clear that the act for which this is the bill does not apply to and is not intended to apply to the use of a registered name in connection with a business where the business name was already registered in relation to that business immediately before the commencement of the act. Similarly, subclause 4 makes it clear that the act does not and is not intended to affect the use of a name of an incorporated company where the company existed or the name was used in connection with a business that the company carried on and the company used the name in connection with that business immediately before the commencement of this act. Mr. President, Part 6 of the bill deals with clauses 39 to 45, which deal with remedies. Clause 39 allows the court to grant injunctions in certain circumstances. Clause 40 provides that a court may order a person by such means as the court thinks fit, including by broadcast or internet publication, to publish corrective advertisements if it is satisfied that the person has contravened the provisions regarding the use of marks, indicia, or images. Clause 41 provides for damages to be recoverable by action in court. 42 provides for an order by the court granting relief by way of an account of profits, and Clause 43 provides a limitation in claiming both damages, recovery of loss of damages, and damages based on an account of profits. Clause 44 provides for the destruction or delivery of goods by order of the court. Clause 45 provides for any other remedy that may be provided by law. Clause 46 allows for the amendment of this bill by schedules, of the schedules to this bill by order of the minister with responsibility for sport, and for the making by the Minister of negative resolutions to further regulate conduct under the bill. And Clause 47 provides that the Act binds the state. Clause 48 is the sunset clause providing for the expiry of the Act on June 30th, 2024. Mr. President, in conclusion, I am able to say with a certain degree of satisfaction from the hard work that has been put in that we have been party to enabling legislation in draft, which is before this House, for the largest sporting event hosted in the region since 2007. And with the passage of the legislation and the successful hosting of these matches, we will demonstrate indisputably to the world our capacity to successfully plan and execute a world-class event. CWC 2024 will promote Trinidad and Tobago and the Caribbean region as a whole as a premier destination for all of the world's nationalities with respect to sport and tourism. Furthermore, Mr. President, the mutual recognition of visas will allow for the true integration of our fellow CARICOM host countries, where, for example, as I've said before, a person coming to Trinidad and Tobago can then move freely to Barbados or St. Lucia in what we call our single domestic space. Mr. President, this bill will bring us together as a region in a significant way and will enhance the profit and popularity of West Indian cricket throughout the world. We will truly be establishing Trinidad and Tobago and the wider region as a leading sports tourism destination. Mr. President and honorable members, with the passage of this bill, we will be guaranteeing and have undertaken to use our best efforts to ensure that CWI and IBC can enforce its rights in full in relation to CWC 2024, and therefore this bill is of importance. The CWC 2024 is our country's event and a regional event, and we ask for everyone to be on board. And in the circumstances, Mr. President, I have the pleasure to say, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose a question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Efficient and Effective Staging of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 and for related purposes be now read a second time. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to assure the Honourable Attorney General that while Cricket World Cup is very big, that size is not all that matters. We are here today, 32 days before the World Cup, and I must commend the Honourable Attorney General for going into a realm that he has never ventured before, like Star Trek, to apologize to the Senate for the late arrival of these documents, this critical bill, which is not just involves a love for cricket and love for sport. There are some very serious implications for the passage of this legislation, which requires certain cogent, intelligent debate and consideration, not just saying that we love cricket and cricket is coming and let's all celebrate. So I must commend the Attorney General for having the courage to apologize, and he should follow suit and continue down that vein and even apologize for things in the past. And while he's doing that, as he commended the head of the LOC, Mr. Douglas Camacho, I would like you to let him know also while he's organizing cricket to see about the AstroTurf for the hockey players that is there, defunct for 8 years. We heard from the Honourable Minister that many meetings were held, and this is why this bill is late, and even though it's late, other islands may be late also. I don't think that we should judge ourselves and our democracy and our parliament by who is late and say because they are late, it's okay for us to be late. We should be leaders, and we should take this sort of event very seriously to ensure that we not only promote the love of cricket, but love of country. But all these meetings in March of all the attorneys general and so on, the Honourable Attorney General said that this bill is similar, but not exactly the same as the 2007 bill. I would like him to go through when he's wrapping up and just point me in the direction where these vast changes are. because I am of the opinion that is very similar. And we have gone ahead 17 years. The world has changed. So we must not just accept from global players what they gave us 17 years ago. We are showing that we have not progressed just to accept this, because they have some very critical things in here. And we will get into it quite quickly. But before we go ahead, I would also like to say that we just had a major CARICOM cricket conference chaired by our Honorable Prime Minister. And one of the conclusions was that we, as the Caribbean, should take a look and renegotiate the CPL contract, which was signed for 50 years, and which has some of these same sort of clauses, anti-competition, monopolistic views that cause the countries that host these matches to not really benefit down to the ground. It does not trickle down to the businesses and the man on the street and so on. So how can CARICOM be suggesting that we should renegotiate CPL, but come in the Senate to bring something which is as onerous and as oppressive as that CPL contract? It baffles me. We shall move quickly on. And it's 48 clauses. But do you know that, for example, there's a clause that deals, clause 35, instructing the comptroller of accounts, that the comptroller of accounts now has another boss, which is the CWI and the organizers of this tournament, that they could instruct the comptroller of accounts what to do, how to hold goods, when to release, if to go for profit. Did you all discuss this with the comptroller of accounts? How does this fit into our constitution? How does this work? You bring this here. It's a very serious, I'm not sure if people read this, you know. So we will go into it in more detail. But clause 3, for example, clause 3 says, this would provide for the declaration of any area within the control of the local organizing committee or Cricket West Indies as a CWC 2024 venue, and the declaration of a period as a match period. This is to be done by public notice, published in the Gazette and in at least one daily newspaper, to cede control to the local organizing committee for an area. So we say, for example, we're using Brian Lara Stadium. The local organizing committee says, well, 2 miles from that, that is all our match area. So therefore, restaurants and bars and businesses and groceries, anybody in that area has to come under a new authority, not the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. They now have to take instructions from a Cricket World Cup organizing committee who are trying to make profit while these citizens are going to be suppressed and oppressed. We have to think very carefully before we approve this. We also have, we heard the Honorable Minister talk about sport tourism. Of course, sport tourism is incredible and it's a way to diversify the economy. But I'm not sure, when reading this and checking the matches that we have and seeing the template and reading the bill, if the Honorable Minister of Tourism was consulted in this bill. If the Honorable Minister of Tourism, when he gets up this week, he'll let us know if, when we were bidding for the package, if he had an input, or if his ministry had an input to show the cost-benefit analysis of different packages and what would we be doing. Because there will be 2 billion people watching this event, but they certainly won't be watching Afghanistan play Papua New Guinea in Brian Lara Stadium. That's what we have. We have 4 matches. Only one of those matches, other than the semi-final, 4 matches and a semi-final. We have 1 match that will cause traffic. West Indies, New Zealand. We have Papua New Guinea. And then New Zealand versus Uganda, with all due respect to these wonderful sovereign countries, they are not cricketing powerhouses that are going to set the world on fire for the people across the globe to turn on their TVs to see the brilliance and the batting expose and skill of Papua New Guinea. If it was a rugby match, maybe. So I don't know where all of this, we don't know what's the benefit, the cost, because I see our stadium, the Brian Lara Stadium, which is the most costly stadium on the planet per seat, at a whopping $135,000 US per seat, $1.3 billion. I see works going on there to renovate and refurbish a brand new, expensive, just open stadium where surrounding it you only have Zapate mud and razor grass. But we are saying that we want to use this World Cup to generate revenue. And we have, for example, the Queen's Park Oval. We're using it for warm-up matches. But this is why I'm not sure if the Minister of Tourism was consulted, because I know that the ministry was looking for a master plan approximately 14 months ago for sport tourism. I don't know if they received any from the request for proposals, how many proposals they received, if they are vetted and selected. But after 8.5 years in government, this PNM government is now looking last year for a master plan for sport tourism with all our facilities being undermanaged, mismanaged, and in a state of dilapidation. However, we are thinking to maximize an investment. Everybody loves cricket. Cricket World Cup is exciting. West Indies still managed to put together a 3-hour game, T20, so we could battle and maybe perform well. But we had the Queen's Park Oval, and I would like one of the government ministers to explain the choice to move away from the Oval, a grounds of great legacy and history, a grounds that in itself is a tourist attraction, that people will want to see the Brian Lara stand. They would want to see where Colin Croft and Holding played cricket and the West Indies decimated England for 53. There is something about the Oval that engenders respect and desire to view across the globe. Furthermore, the Queen's Park Oval is smack dab in the middle of our busiest commercial area for restaurants, food, entertainment, and so on. So if you are encouraging visitors to watch cricket, you would want them close to be able to spend money so the multiplier effect will go down. That when the game is over, they go and eat some food down on the avenue, they buy some beverages, and people, business owners, citizens make money. That's part and parcel of the benefits of hosting. But when you go and you choose to put the matches only by Zapate mud, where they have no businesses, no food, nothing around, why did you do that? What's the purpose? Was it just to say that you spent 1.3 billion and you need to play a match in the venue? Let us know. Please give us some clear statistics. This is a lot of money being spent. The government just spent over $135 million on the Commonwealth Youth Games. I love sport more than anybody. But they spent a lot of money to fix up and paint up and power wash facilities, but didn't invest in the athletes to also understand that there are different levels to hosting. You don't host games and then not perform well. You host games to promote your country, to promote your brilliance, to promote your culture. And you do that by your athletes showing prowess. All I could say is thank the Lord for the swimmers, Nikolai Blackman and Zarek Wilson, who brought gold. I won't suggest, or let me make sure to disclose that I am heavily involved in swimming and as a coach. So I don't want no standing order 53. I don't want to go privileges, so let me say my bias towards the sport of swimming. So we want to hear and understand, because this is a serious debate. And while we all love cricket, I feel I love it more than anybody else, that these 48 clauses have some serious issues in it. What were the benefits of sports tourism? We talked about marketing. Yes, the main benefit of sport tourism and hosting an event is that 2 billion people potentially will be watching it. But already we lost the boat. We missed the boat because Barbados has 8 matches, including the final. And some of their group stage matches, they have 3 Super 8 matches. We have no Super 8. They have matches including England and big teams that people will watch. Even the USA, who is now venturing into cricket, they got matches including Pakistan and India. When you have the Indian team playing, you already have 1.2 billion people watching. And if 1.2 billion people watching, you could then show them Trinidad and Tobago, Maracas Beach, Shack and Bake, doubles, music, Tassa, Pigeon Point, Englishman Bay, right? You can do that. But if you go and you bid and get Papua New Guinea versus Afghanistan, the only thing you might get is a war. We do not understand what is this going on. And don't mamagay us here. We are here for diversification, to move, to create jobs, to create some sort of income. Barbados, 8 matches with a final. Antigua, 4 Super 8 matches. And already we see Barbados, for example, the Honorable Attorney General tried to put forward that everybody behind and everybody late. I just watched it. I think IPL, the last match I watched a few days ago, was match number 39 in the IPL that has been going on for about 3 to 4 weeks. Barbados has been advertising non-stop on the IPL, which when you are watching IPL, the cost of one ad, 30-second ad, they were running 15-second ads, but the cost of a 30-second ad could be upwards of 50,000 US per spot. And Barbados is advertising with beautiful water and cricket bat, World Cup Barbados. I ain't see a Trinidad and Tobago yet. I ain't see a ad. I ain't see a pan. I ain't see a Moko Jambi. I ain't seen anything yet about Trinidad and Tobago World Cup that we're marketing to earn money. It's the best kept secret. Furthermore, with all due respect to Barbados, if we have to target market. So we are advertising on the IPL. The biggest and largest audience who watch the IPL, India, Sri Lanka, the Asia, then to Australia and so on. Whose culture is more appealing to Sri Lanka, Malaysia, India than Trinidad and Tobago? We can appeal. We have a comparative advantage. People will want to come and see, to compare, to feel comfortable because that's who we are. But I can't see it because the PNM not sure what they're doing, when they're doing it, why they're doing it, and they're rushing here. The PNM should be an obituary. Everything they come is sorry to be late. We come, sorry, we need an extension. We account late. With the money loss. We have to approve this or else we can't move forward with the accounts. We come here, World Cup in 32 days, ball ready to bowl, bat ready to swing. Come here and approve this. But it's sunset legislation that will go away on the 30th of June. Their legacy, World Cup, these hosting events, they produce legacy moments, yes. The Honorable Minister talked about facilities. But you see, facilities, legacy could go positively or negatively. You can do facilities and develop and spend money that continue to add value to your citizens and your population going forward. Like the London 2012 Olympics. They did the venues in the East End, the East Side, that was poor, impoverished. It had gone through gentrification. They said they made an investment that they're going to put the major facilities there to generate income, to generate activity, rebuild housing and so on. And now the East Side, where the Olympics was in London 2012, is booming. Young people have jobs and opportunity. Poverty rates have diminished. But then they can also be the legacy. I'm trying to concentrate, I see you listening, Mr. President, but the Honorable Minister of Trade, the Honorable Minister of Trade and Industry is really disturbing me. Thank you. I know about it. You see, I ain't reading, and so I need to concentrate. Some of them is read off their laptop and their iPad, right? But when there's also, the legacy could be negative. Like the Montreal Olympics 1976, which we fondly remember as our greatest moment when Hazel Crawford won that first gold medal. But Montreal is still in debt of hundreds of millions of dollars from bad investment, spending money wrong on stadia that were never utilized to their maximum after that. So you have to be very careful in what you are doing. Already we have had experience with the PNM in 2007 when we got a Browne package. Now we get a Browne bag. The PNM said they're building the Teemal Stadium no matter what for the World Cup 2007. It was never completed. World Cup came and went. They said it might be a tsunami shelter. But the problem is the rest of the Caribbean built stadia all over. Grenada built a stadium. Barbados improved their Kensington Oval with a new fancy pavilion. Trelawney, Antigua built one. Dominica, Trelawney in Jamaica. And the average cost per seat in those islands was $3,000 to $5,000 US per seat.
Excuse me, on a point of order, 46-1, please. I've allowed him, but he's rambling on irrelevance.
Okay, so, Senator, you've made your point in relation to the building of stadia, the cost of seats, in the beginning of your contribution, and a little bit more with examples now. What I would like you to do is to focus on what is before us, which is certain things that need to take place in order for this particular event to be hosted in June. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, another benefit of hosting is visitor spend, for example. And Clause 5 of the bill says, this would provide for traffic control and making of deliveries within any CWC 2024 venue. This clause addresses the closure of roads or the institution of measures to control and regulate vehicular traffic for the purpose of CWC. How necessary is this going to be? Because as I said, they made a decision to put all the matches out at a venue where there is no benefit and trickle down to the communities around. And the Honorable Minister could tell us what will happen with that. As you could see, for example, if we had positive examples to look at, in Germany 2006, when Trinidad and Tobago was privileged to attend the World Cup after qualifying in November 2005 against Bahrain, what Germany did, even with these capricious, difficult, stringent agreements and host agreements that are designed to make sure the owners of the competition, in this case the ICC and CWI, or in the case of football, FIFA and so on, that they make maximum profit, that the benefits to the country are limited. But you need to be strong or creative to make sure that your country benefits. What Germany did in 2006 was novel. They did not normally in a World Cup host countries in a group would stay in one town or city, and they would remain there and play 3 games. Germany said, no, we want to share this money across. We want to increase spend in transport, different towns. And so what Germany did was, you play one game in Gelsenkirchen, your next game you go to Munich, your next game you go to Cologne, and they generated immense revenues from that. We need to see that sort of initiative and creativity or negotiating skills. The Honorable Attorney General said that all the Attorneys General met and so on, but what was the negotiation done? For example, we just came out of a World Cup football, probably the greatest World Cup based on football excitement organization ever in Qatar. But for the first time in the history of World Cup football, no alcohol was sold in any of the venues. That was not in the host agreement. Qatar was instructed to go in their parliament to go and pass legislation to ensure that Budweiser and the major sponsors of world football could make money. And Qatar said, no, we are not allowing that. And FIFA had to bend and negotiate and allow Qatar to have dry stadia. And the World Cup was absolutely successful. So I want to know when the Attorney General gets up, did we just take this straight from ICC and CWI? What did we negotiate? What changes did we implement? What did we tweak in order for us, as we are saying, because the PNM is saying that we are doing this to generate revenue, to diversify, to create jobs, to get some money into the economy? Show us where you did little adjustments and negotiations. Because if Jumbo was alive here today, he would get heart attack, and may he rest in eternal peace, because Jumbo will not be able to sell nuts when we pass this. They will not be allowed to. The concessions are those of the sponsors and those who control. We heard about stadia and sponsors. Did Udicott sit down with those companies who paid annual subscriptions to the Brian Lara Stadium for those fancy booths up there? Did Udicott sit down with them before and tell them, alert them that even though you're paying this amount of money for this period of June 1st to June 30th, 2024, you will not have access to your booth that you have paid the government of Trinidad and Tobago a lot of money for? Was that told to them? Was it negotiated? Or are they now learning this? And are they now going to find out, I thought I was going to watch cricket in my fancy booth because my company paid Udicott and the government X amount. And now they're going to be told, no, you have to go and buy a ticket for yourself. Do these do the honorable ministers also understand that while you see CPL going on, you see picture and social media and so on of them enjoying themselves and so on, that they have no complimentary for them too? Because if you don't have a CWC ticket, you ain't going inside. So did they understand that? Did they even negotiate for themselves, for the dignitaries to go and enjoy cricket? Well, they will soon get a rude awakening, because they will have to go and ask some other committee member, somebody in CWI, for pass and ticket in their own country that they swear on a Bible to be a minister. So that is, I'm just alerting them to know, don't think all they're going to watch no cricket unless they're going and buy the ticket. You know, I know that they like the complimentaries and so on. So we're moving ahead. When you host, I know that the Trinidad and Tobago cannot directly impact the performance of the West Indies cricket team, but we indirectly impact it by the development of cricket in our country. When we won the T20 World Cup, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, baddest team on the planet. When they pick a West Indies team, 6 starters, Trinidad and Tobago, whether it's Pollard, Bravo, Ramdin, Sunil Narayan, come down the line, Rampal could get a sweat, Lendell Simmons. Now, through the decimation of our Trinidad and Tobago cricket by this unfortunate government, we have the lowest number of Trinbagonians on the West Indies team. So my point is that one of the benefits of hosting, spending millions of dollars, refurbishing stadia and so on, is that your young people get inspired. They see their heroes and they can feel them and touch them and want to be like them. And they go and they get involved in sport, they get involved in other things. We have not even seen any essay competition for our primary school. We have not seen any intensity or passion being developed across the board. But we're spending money to refurbish. We spend $135 million for youth game. We get nothing, we see nothing, no benefit, but the money gone, but money spent. And this cannot be the way that we go forward. When we invest, we must get return. So somebody on the government side has to stand up and tell me what returns we are going to get. When you think about sporting events like this, the geopolitics is so great also. And especially in a world that is fraught with evil and wars right now, they need some light. So when you see a country hosting a big games, a big championship, like the Honorable Attorney General said, huge, massive, they do it to take their place amongst others. 2008, China hosted the Beijing Olympics. They didn't just host it just to make money. They also hosted it to show the world that they were ready to be a superpower. So they were ready to perform and win, and they won the most gold medals in history, and China took themselves into a lead position. We in Trinidad and Tobago have been leaders in the Caribbean, and now the PNM has turned us into followers. We have following Barbados. I am watching IPL, I am watching cricket, I am seeing the games that they get, and I am feeling like a second-class citizen in the CARICOM because Barbados moving ahead, because Barbados don't have the PNM. Barbados ain't give us a brown bag. We get brown package in 2007, brown bag now, and the only one getting to spend money and do anything is Noel Garcia. Clauses 7, 8, 9, and 10, Mr. President. They say no taxes on sale of tickets. There's a waiver of import and export duties. No taxes, no VAT on sale of memorabilia. Well, this PNM government, this cannot be right because you seem to love up your guests, but you don't like your family. That's like you come and you treat your children bad, the house dirty, you cook, you eat bread and so on, and every day your family suffering, place dusty. But when guests come, you bring out the nice dish, you cook the goat and the sada roti, and you prepare the nice glass and sorrel and so on for your guests. But as the guests gone, you come back and suffer your family. That could never be right. This government taxing the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago, property tax coming, online tax, VAT back on food. But some people come in to run a competition. No tax, no benefit to the coffers of Trinidad and Tobago while they selling their products and their memorabilia with a little logo on it for exorbitant maximum profits. And we in the Senate going to approve that. So we are basically saying we don't love our own, we love these people who come in to put on a party in our country, paid for by us with no benefit to us. This could never be right. The PNM is upside down. Clauses 39 to 44 appear ludicrous, Mr. President. They really appear ludicrous. And I wonder if the Attorney General really went through this, and the Minister in the Office of the Attorney General and other lawyers, because it appears ludicrous, arrogant, oppressive, and dictatorial. In fact, I find this agreement kind of fast and out of place. That's how when I read it, I just felt about it, that these people come into my country and they fast and out of place because Clause 42 would provide for an order by the court granting relief by way of an account of profits. So these people that we're going to approve here, we now instructing our courts, we eliminating separation of powers. For us here, there's separation of powers. We have respect for the judiciary. We have respect for the judicial system. But here it says that these organizers that we are going to approve here for 30 days, they could instruct an order and provide an order by the court granting relief by way of account of profit. So if they catch somebody selling jersey with fake logo, they can instruct the court to get profits from that person. So the court will have to assess, you sell 100 jerseys, you make $10 per jersey, so $1,000, the court will go and tell you, pay $1,000 to these people who come to run the competition. Are we seriously going to stand here and just approve this because we love cricket? I think this needs very deep discussion, amendments, and we need to be very careful. Did we sit as attorneys general and agree to that? We are sovereign nation, we are sovereign state, we are Republican, we have our own PNM president. We are here as a country, and these people cannot come here and do as they please. The PNM cannot even account for $3.39 billion in tax
Mr. President,
revenue.
on a point of order. Standing Order 46-8, 46-1. And those are the 2 points of order.
Only
raised. Mr. President, I asked for a ruling on these matters. The member knows he made an insinuation that is completely unparliamentary.
Senator Robert, 46-8 is upheld as it applies to reference to the President.
The reference to the
President. A PNM President. Yes.
I withdraw.
Thank you.
I apologize.
Thank you.
And I withdraw.
Proceed.
You know, clauses at 7 and 8, they talk about visa requirements waived. This is very interesting because the last time I checked, the 150,000 Venezuelans coming through the Gulf, they need no visa because the border open. But here, for a cricket tournament, we're saying visa waiver, come through, everybody, because we want to have a party. Clause 9, the waiver of import and export duties. Clause 19, the Honorable Attorney General said it's so easy that these people who control this stadium now on our sovereign soil that is not belonging to us but belongs to them for 30 days, they could take pictures of anybody they suspect of doing criminal activities and disseminate the picture. Keep the picture, have the picture. What is that? Our police can't even do that. Our police cannot just take picture and put it up on beyond the tape and say, we suspect that person of a crime. But we are approving a legislation here that gives these people the authority in their stadium now, because I had to use the word after we passed this, not ours, that they could say they suspect. Suppose they don't like PNM and they see a PNM minister come in and they take a picture and say they were selling, we thought they were selling some jersey that was unlicensed. And they put that up on social media. They send it to the police. That is not constitutional. We have rights here, and we need to adjust this, and you all need to read it and check and see what we are really approving. Because we have a right to privacy. We have a right. We are innocent until proven guilty. We come in to tell foreigners, them could just make we guilty, take we picture. Absolutely not. So, Mr. Vice President, I asked the government, as a cricket lover myself, and understanding that the PNM does not love cricket nor sport as espoused by their policies. Because we can talk, but words don't show love. Actions and deeds show love. Merry boys feel no love in the grounds that we're boasting. They're going to have practice match for these foreigners to come. This company to make profit. But Merry boys down in Bagatelle can't even use their own ground. They lock out. They had stick fight. They park on the ground. All their reserve matches done. Cricket is at its lowest ebb. No primary school cricket competition last year. Our national team come 5th in a Caribbean competition. And this government coming to tell me we love cricket because we have a World Cup coming. And I want to know from
Senator,
this government.
You have 5 minutes remaining.
I don't even need the 5 minutes. I'm accustomed to 40, Mr. Vice President. I just borrowed Senator Wade Mark's extra 5 minutes. What are the benefits of this? Where's the cost-benefit analysis? How you determine that you're giving me Afghanistan and Papua New Guinea and Uganda and want me to go down there and watch it? Sweeping changes to the laws in this legislation affecting customs, police action, judicial system, just so we had to come late yesterday and debate today all of these critical areas in this country to be affected by this. This is incompetence of the highest order, and no amount of apologies from the Attorney General will suffice. The country is tired of the apologies, tired of the tardiness, tired of the incompetence, tired of the PNM. This is disrespectful to the Senate. This PNM is tardy, lethargic, incompetent, pathetic, and simply guessing its way through governance. We even have clause 47 that would provide for an act to bind the state. You hear that word? That word alone frightened me. Bind the state. When we vote here today, the state, which means all of us, not PNM alone, you're not Balize House alone, you're not contractors, you're not Noel Garcia alone. The state is bound by this for 30 days. All of our citizens, all our businessmen, all of our people are bound by this when we approve this, when it was dumped on us yesterday for today. The PNM is making a complete mockery of the Senate, the Parliament, and the people of Trinidad and Tobago. This last-minute rush is unconscionable and negligent conduct. And the PNM must not only apologize, they must sit down, read, delay, make amendments, and possibly even negotiate at this late stage with these organizers. Because Massa, they done long time, and we going to approve something for Massa to come back. We say no. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Sunity Maharaj.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I would also like to commend the Attorney General for easing my troubled heart on this issue. I was wondering whether this bill had been, clean bowled by the government's very hectic legislative agenda, but seems to be a master of the late cut. He's come in at this minute, and we are here with it. I would like to start by recommending, in light of some of the points raised by Senator Roberts, that we look at something of the order of the Major Events Management Act 2007 of New Zealand, which takes a holistic view of the requirements of major events, including sports events like this, of this nature, international events like the Vieira summits, Vieira summits, and so on, so that we don't find ourselves here in every case looking on an event by event. The value of approaching this with that perspective is that we get to settle here in this republic what our standards are for a range of the issues covered by this bill, what our standards are, so that when we get into any discussion for a regional event, whether we're going into any regional event, we start from the position of what we have agreed on are our standards. Because you can often find yourself, when there's a regional event, when we have major events that are national, not regional, would apply no problem. But when we enter regional negotiations, all the islands, all the countries could find themselves at a disadvantage negotiating with an international entity that is profit-making and that understands how important these things are to us, and they can get an ounce of flesh that we prefer not to give. So the case that you raised about Qatar was very clear in what their standards were, what they want. Might not be ours, that's theirs. And anybody intending to go to Qatar to have an international event, knowing that it might be very profitable, people don't go into these things for losing money. There's a good market there. You are clear on what they are going to ask of you, so that you do not find yourselves in the position of, we really want this thing, and therefore we'll have to give a lot more than we want. The other point I want to raise is, I think, to sum it up, we don't want this cricket World Cup to happen to us. We want to happen to it. In other words, how do we take this and realize the potential that was promised by the Brian Lara Academy? When it was built up in Taruba, it was built as an investment in the development of a particular part of the country. It's an academy of cricket. It's located in an intersection between almost central South Trinidad, which is cricket-mad part of the country. Great location. I don't agree with Senator Roberts and Arapita Avenue. Arapita Avenue has a lot of business. You can go any day of the night, any day of the day or the night. Business. How do we actualize that potential that was promised by the Brian Lara Academy to create an economic pool? And I think that is a challenge when the Minister of Tourism and possibly the Minister of Trade join this debate, that I would like to hear what the plan is. I'm sure you have a great plan to extract from this opportunity the dividends for on that project in terms of tourism and in terms of the incorporation of business, most particularly business in those areas. The business may not be on the site, but are there spaces to accommodate our community business, small business, medium-sized businesses, as part of the benefit of having the World Cup in that part of the country? So that's what I mean by not having the World Cup happen to us, but we happen to it. It's not only the location. How do we tax our imagination to ensure that a match involving Papua New Guinea, Afghanistan, Uganda are not backseat? How? We have an entire Ministry of Culture, an entire Ministry of Foreign Affairs put together. By the time we are done with these teams, we should all know so much more. We should all love these people. They should know us. What is the program for that? And so that if those things are happening now, it's quite late. It's not too late, but it's quite late. But I imagine it has already been going on, and all that was happened today in this debate is that we will hear the strategic plans, and we will know what kind of targets, and we will know in terms of the investment in getting these matches, that we will come out of it with profit that is trickled down and passed on to people that can build on it. That's how we're building this economy, right? The other thing is, as happened in the World Cup many years ago, the joy that is experienced of creating a single domestic space, the camaraderie, the family, the sense of a Caribbean family that comes alive is likely to happen again this time. We don't have the big matches. I guess we're getting poor. And, it costs a lot of money. Barbados, as he pointed out, they're investing. I'm sure it comes at a big cost, but it's an investment. This is an opportunity as we experience what it feels like as a member of the Caribbean family. How are we going to carry it? We are talking all the time about CARICOM, and we're talking about the single space and free movement and so on. I'd like to hear a little more about that agenda, because we have to realize that hopefully in our lifetime. And we have to do the things that build the family, build the Caribbean family, instead of dividing that Caribbean family. And I think this is an opportunity at this moment to put some regional issues on the agenda. And I can't close without mentioning the conference of last week, when the single biggest issue that turned up at the regional conference on cricket was governance. We have serious governance problems in the domestic cricket sphere. We all know about it. We know that there are, criminal investigations of financial wrongdoing. The time has come to really look at the legislative framework under which these bodies operate, and to ensure that entities that receive state public funds through state subventions comply with accountability standards, transparency standards, and democracy standards in terms of how they get their boards and how they operate and so on. And when that doesn't happen, for them not to be funded until the matter is sorted out. We can't keep going on. It's not only in sport, it's elsewhere, but this particular bill raises the issue of governance, that we must not, in our euphoria that I'm expecting over June, which, sad for students, it's really most of them being exams. We must not forget it through the euphoria, the deep-seated problems of governance in cricket in Trinidad. So I thank you.
Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I'd like to start by immediately agreeing with Senator Maharaj, where the senator spoke about the Major Events Act that we should try here to emulate that occurs in, I believe it's New Zealand or Australia, New Zealand. Because, Mr. Vice President, we in Trinidad and Tobago, we have quite vast experience in terms of successfully hosting events. We have hosted a group of games in the 2007 World Cup, and over the course of time, from then until now, we have hosted a number of very successful CPL tournaments. And of course, Mr. Vice President, every year we host a very large event in February or in March, depending on where Ash Wednesday falls, Trinidad and Tobago Carnival. But every year, every time we host one of those events, we have to depend, of course, on the local organizing committees and the institutional knowledge that resides within those local organizing committees. And we do quite well, but sometimes it's very difficult to have to depend on that institutional memory that resides within those local organizing committees. When we have a cruise season here, it's the same thing. You have to get a local organizing committee comprising members of the Port Authority, the Municipal Police, the Port of Spain City Corporation, the Ministry of Tourism and its agencies, the vendors, the tour operators. You have to get all of these people, of course, the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service. You have to get everybody on board and look at what the precedent was for the previous year and proceed and hope that everything goes according to plan. So it would be very, very helpful in terms of this type of act coming into force, and these types of acts would have, regulations, subsidiary legislation attached to it that could guide these types of events in our national space. Mr. Vice President, I move on, and I am pleased to add my voice to this debate, of course. We're here to approve a piece of sunset legislation. It will expire on June the 30th, I believe, with respect to the hosting of the Cricket World Cup. And this is not the first time that we are debating such legislation. We have done it in 2006. And when you look at the Hansard in 2006, you would see a lot of the points that Senator Roberts has raised. But of course, back in 2006, there was a lot more cooperation between the benches, and we did not have the sort of caustic presentation like Senator Roberts. But Senator Roberts is Senator Roberts. He does not sing Kumbaya, and he is a lover of sport. Today is not the day to talk about live sport. Today is the day to talk about Cricket World Cup. So I'll spare this senator on that score. But Senator Roberts is a cricket swimming coach, and Senator Roberts, I would imagine, you would attend a number of these sporting events across the world. You know what happens in these events. There's nothing different to what we're doing here in terms of the curtailment of ambush marketing, in terms of the protection of commercial rights. Those things occur all across the world. So I'm not sure the point that Senator Mark is on where that is concerned. Senator Roberts, I'm sorry. I'm a bit confused. No, same hairstyle, but Senator Mark usually leads off from the opposition bench. I think Senator Roberts got a little chance today because he is a lover of cricket. So Senator Roberts, he chastised the late arrival of the legislation. In 2006, we had the same situation, late arrival of legislation. And of course, the council, I think they call it the CONSLI, the Council of National Security Ministers and so on, and the Attorneys General, they met for the first time in March, right here in Trinidad, March the 8th. And there was considerable negotiation and drafting of legislation in our own national context, and today we are here. It's not our fault. It's not our fault. In fact, the Attorney General and his team ought to be commended with the quick turnaround of this piece of legislation in terms of revising what went past in 2006 and bringing this legislation here today. Senator Roberts talks about no trickle down to the small man. Of course there is trickle down to the small man. Who brings the players from the airport but the maxi drivers and the taxi drivers? Who brings the visitors from the airport? You're talking about you're confining your argument to stadia. But what do the people do when they're not in the stadia? What do our visitors, what do our players do when they're not in the stadia? They go to the same Maracas, they go to Arapita Avenue. They go on tours. I don't understand that point about trickle down. Of course there will be visitors spend outside of the stadia. Of course there will be. Any business coming under the designated area must come. And the senator painted the picture that in a designated area, like on Tragarit Road or Arapita Avenue, they could designate 2 miles away from the stadia. Yeah, but Senator, you're missing a very valuable point in Clause 3, that these matters cannot be designated without the consent, cannot be designated a CWC staging area without the consent of the owner of the property, or else you will be curtailing people's constitutional rights. And therefore, we would have needed a special majority to pass this legislation. So you are completely wrong on that score. Yes, and what I'm saying is if you go through the legislation, the other areas, you need the consent of the owners of those other areas to be so designated, or else you would be curtailed. I'm sure you will agree. It is a curtailment of someone's constitutional rights, and therefore you would need a special majority. So you are wrong. There was another point that you made. You're focusing, of course, on Papua New Guinea. The senator claims to be an avid sports fan. The senator would obviously know that in these types of competitions, you would have seeded teams and you would have teams that are not seeded. So while you are focusing on Papua New Guinea, you're missing out that within this group, we also have the West Indies, who we love and support, and New Zealand. And of course, we also have a semi-final match here, which is different from what obtained in 2006. So the senator, of course, he's being caustic and he is trying to sell his own point, but the senator is wrong on those scores as well. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I don't intend to stay long on this. We have bid for, and we have received 4 group stage matches running from June the 12th to June the 17th. And of course, as I just indicated, we have 1 semi-final match on June the 26th. We also have, Mr. Vice President, we have 10 teams in for practice matches and sessions. And these practice matches and sessions will be held at UE Spec in Diego Martin and as well at the Queen's Park Oval. And the Senator Roberts was questioning, well, why not Queen's Park Oval? But that's not up to us. It is the ICC visiting here and visiting the venues that chose the Brian Lara Stadium. You can't say no. I'm telling you.
Senator, may I remind you of the standing orders to allow the member to make his contribution in silence.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, for your protection. And in these practice games and in these practice sessions, we will have the schools and the clubs, the young people coming out to witness. And these also we expect to attract a number of spectators to these games. So, Mr. Vice President, my papers. The bill seeks to do a number of things. It seeks to make provision for the fulfillment of Trinidad and Tobago's commitment to the efficient and effective staging of the Cricket World Cup in 2024. And we find that in Part 2 of the bill. And in Part 2 of the bill, it seeks to manage the Cricket West Indies, as well as the local organizing committee, seeks to manage and control, of course, the venues. In Part 2 of the bill, it seeks to create the mutual recognition of visas, so that where one person travels on a visa, because there are people coming from many countries, where one person travels on a visa to one country, they don't have to as well get a visa to Trinidad and Tobago if they need to get a visa to Trinidad and Tobago. In terms of work permits, it puts specific obligations upon the host country, in this case Trinidad and Tobago, to turn around the application of work permits where applicable in a certain period of time, a certain window of time, so it takes out that inefficiency there. And of course, it waives duties and taxes on the imports and on the sale of tickets, etc. The bill also deals with traffic control. We expect in an event, a competition with the magnitude of the Cricket World Cup, that the Commissioner of Police must be empowered and must be expected to make certain changes, of course advised by, in collaboration with the local organizing committee, to make some changes to the traffic situation within the designated area. Again, Mr. Vice President, this bill speaks to and turns on places within the designated area, so designated as a CWC venue. Mr. Vice President, the bill also treats with commercial rights. Of course, within these types of events, there must be the protection of the commercial rights of the ICC, of the CWI, and of commercial sponsors. This is normal with respect to intellectual property protection of marks and indicia, etc., the control of advertising within the designated area, the control of the airspace so that nobody could just come and fly drones within the designated area and capture photos, and of course for security purposes, and as well for the unauthorized recording and filming and broadcasting, and ambush marketing, which seems to be common in this type of competition and this type of event. And Part 3 of the bill sets out matters with respect to the conduct that should be employed within these designated areas and during the time designated as a match period in the Cricket World Cup. And I thought, Senator Roberts, you would have spent a little time on the conduct part, because I know that you have some experience there. Mr. Vice President, I don't know if you were paying attention, but in 2 2007, Senator Roberts had the unenviable, inconvenient, and uncomfortable position of being unceremoniously thrown out of a stadium for his poor conduct. So I thought that he would have spent a little time on the matter of conduct. As he then was known, spoke, and I'm quoting now the title of an Express article, Spock host removed from Antigua Stadium. Anil Roberts accused of being racially abusive. This was by Gregory Lalbihari on Saturday, March 31st, 2007. And he was accused of being racially abusive. And, you know, Mr. Vice President, I'm being disturbed, but I am speaking to you. I remember it. And I remember...
No. Two standing orders. 46-1, that's the first standing order. And the other standing order is 46-8, dealing with the conduct of a member. He's quoting, the Honorable Minister is quoting, Mr. President.
You raised a standing order already. Minister, please tie it into the argument of what you're saying. For the
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. I'm tying it because, Mr. Vice President, if you look at the bill, it deals with the conduct that is required and is legislated within these designated areas. And what I'm doing is I am just giving an example of the poor conduct contrary to this type of legislation that can cause you to be ejected, unceremoniously so, from a cricket stadium. So Roberts, who is also known, and I'm quoting directly from the article, so this is in fact, and this actually happened. Roberts, who is also known as...
He has responsibility for what he's saying. So 46 is 8 is very, 46 8 is very clear. You don't do that.
Overruled.
Thank you very much. Again, Mr. Vice President, I'm quoting something that occurred in 2007. And I am taking ownership of it. I've just quoted the article, Mr. Vice President. It is by Gregory Lalbihari, written in the Trinidad Express, Saturday, March 31st, 2007. And it went on to say that Roberts, who's also known as Spock, for sports talk, told the Express by phone, this is the Honorable Senator speaking to the Express by phone, that he was at the stadium on Thursday afternoon when he was accused of being racially abusive. Just out of the blue, some ICC man just came and grabbed my accreditation pass out from my neck. Police lifted me and carried me outside. All of a sudden, an ICC official accused me, telling the police I was racially abusive. You all know me in Trinidad and Tobago, and that's not me. That's what he said. But I remember, while listening to his program, while he was being accosted, he was racially abusing the man. But that is the type of conduct that will get you ejected. And we know Senator Roberts, and good conduct are strangers. But Mr. Vice President, as I indicated,
Senator Leiter, if you have a standing order to raise, you feel free to do so. But I'll remind you of 51.1, which requires silence while a member is giving his contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, I don't need to stay long on this. We have done this before. This is a sunset piece of legislation. This, This legislation is required to more easily discharge the obligations of the local organizing committee, as well as the obligations of the ICC and the CWI. This piece of legislation is necessary. We are now going to experience another very, very large event here in Trinidad and Tobago. It gives us tremendous opportunities to put ourselves on the map, to put our culture on the map, and of course, to invite a number of tourists and visitors here to experience the best that we are in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Vice President, with those few words, I commend this piece of legislation to the Senate, and I hope that we receive the cooperation from the opposition and from the independent senators to pass this very necessary and urgent piece of legislation. Thank you.
Senator David Nakhid.
Yes, yes, oh yes. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Mr. Vice President, with all sincerity, as my colleagues would know, I had no intention of coming into a debate that I know my colleague would have covered well. But when I heard the Attorney General, the Honorable Attorney General, come into this Senate and read out 48 clauses, like he was reading, Mary bring the cows home. I don't know if I'm in a parallel universe. I thought when somebody talk about the benefit to the country of infrastructure, he will tell me or point to where that infrastructure will be. When he talk about, as the Honorable Minister for Tourism just got up, it's better he had sit down and contemplate his problems with Pancho and Bago. But when he get up and just talk about it will benefit our culture and our country, without telling me how it benefiting the culture and the country, then again, I have to wonder why PNM seems to be this vacuous entity that never comes with anything that is substantive, but tells us the same thing over and over again, and we have to accept it over and over again. But should we? Why? If this is a business opportunity for the country of Trinidad and Tobago, then you don't get what you deserve, you get what you negotiate. And they have not shown us one time what they have negotiated for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Not one of them said anything to that. We would have thought, with a sporting event, at least with respect to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, who should be here? Not the Minister of Sport. They didn't even have the common courtesy or dignity to bring the Minister of Sport, they bring the Minister of Tourism. Okay.
Who's the Minister of Sport again?
As Senator Sunity Maharaj said, this seems to happen to us rather than we happen to it. This just fall upon us. But that is correct. And you know why is that? This is a PNM government that is expert at events. They said it so themselves, events. But policy is what promotes events and the country. Policy. And policies is that involves programs, training, something that happens consistently over years. So when the event comes, the country is ready. The country is then promoted in a good way. You have a government here. I swear, Mr. President, if this didn't come legislation, I didn't even know it had a cricket World Cup coming to Trinidad and Tobago. Plenty people asked me how a cricket World Cup coming to Trinidad and Tobago. I didn't know. I didn't know how that Curfta game's coming. This is a government that does no correct promotion. Nothing. I watching the other day, Senator Roberts referred to it, but I remember I watching Al Jazeera channel, not only IPL, Al Jazeera. And I see this beautiful ad for Barbados. Beautiful ad, a woman lie down in a beach. Nice, you know, I remember that. Wearing cricket pads, and she's sipping a cocktail. And they just put Barbados. Boy, I need to book my flight to go Barbados, how much that? I didn't even know Trinidad have, and they come here to talk and tell us here in the Senate that they're promoting the culture of Trinidad and Tobago, but they can't get rid of that for me. I'm a traveler. Since I left Trinidad and Tobago at the age of 17, and I'm a traveler. So 2 years ago, when this government had the chance to promote the culture of Trinidad and Tobago, and they're talking about Papua New Guinea and India and so on, we could benefit. And I don't know how we're benefiting, cricket-wise with that. But at least, if we have Papua New Guinea and India and Uganda, we could have some kind of cultural exchange promoted. But they can't come and tell me that they're going to do that. I'll tell you why, Mr. President. In the global fair in Dubai 2 years ago, that I happened to go to, where the government of Dubai was paying for everything. Everything. All they had to do was show up with some creativity and ideas. I went to that global fair and watched the Trinidad Expo and was embarrassed, ashamed. You go into the expo. First we had about 2 or 3 people only. 2 or 3 people, and they had a pan. A pan, just there. No interaction, no video showing Rudolph Charles from Lavantil Desperados. No pan or video showing Winston Simon, Spree Simon. Nobody knows Ellis Manette. We could call all the names of the people who invented pan. Nothing, just a pan and something that looked like a mokojombi just there. So I went into the place and I spoke to the employee. I said, I mean, you all couldn't get somebody to come from time to time, because I went into the Jamaican Expo. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Usain Bolt, Don Quarry, Mulinotti. If you see all the footballers, all the cricketers, correct, right, interactive. It was so, I made a video of it. Trinidad was sterile. So I made a video of it. And they tried to correct it about a week later. They sent up 2 people to pay a little pan. And this government now, knowing that they have this World Cup for how long, Senator Robert? How long have they, do you know? 3 years? 4 years? 3 years or 4 years they have this. And I don't even know. I swear to you. People on the ground don't even know that they have a cricket World Cup. And they want to tell us they spend 100 and something million. But we're talking about spend, Mr. President. They say they spend 100 and something million in the Crafter Games. They promise us they will upgrade the stadium, including the Jean Pierre. Until now, you go to the Jean Pierre complex, where they play the netball, where we won. We were world champions in 1979. And all they do is rip off the chairs and leave it there. It's still the same way. Nothing. They strip the ground and all. I went there, make a video too. Because I cannot believe that this government continues to hold us for fools. For fools. Just spending money on infrastructure and nothing that is substantive to the matter at hand. Cricket World Cup, Papua New Guinea and Uganda. I don't have a problem, personally. I don't have a problem. Next thing you know, we might bring and play against Montserrat. I don't know. That's not the point. We get Papua New Guinea and Uganda. I go back to the point, Mr. President. In business, you don't get what you deserve. You get what you negotiate. And this government has been poor in the business of promoting Trinidad and Tobago. That is what it comes down to. So I'm looking at all these clauses, and they seem innocuous. You know, they'll come and say, you know, it's just normal in any situation, and we should follow the rules. But really and truly, Senator Roberts was right. It's something more insidious, because they made reference to Diego Martin. Senator Roberts referenced Berry Boys, but I have a story that is accurate, because it's one of the boys in my academy. And he told me that they can't enter the Diego Martin ground anymore. Fenced off, locked out, but I'll tell you who gets in. Because on some information, early morning you go in that Diego Martin complex, where it used to serve all the boys from Cuvine, Waterhole, Bagatelle, fellas from St. Lucian Road, fellas used to, Rich Plain, fellas used to go there and stay out of trouble. Because you know Diego Martin in a mess right now, it shuts all around. They can't go in. The people tell them that somebody steal a pump, so they close off access to all them fellas now. You know who have access? Go around 5:30, 6 o'clock, 6:30, Mr. President. It's only Porsche and Land Rover you're seeing in the place. Porsche, Land Rover, BMW. You know why? They make a state-of-the-art gym for the who's who at the PNM. Who's who? But the little black boys, in and around Diego Martin, can't access the place anymore. And then they want to talk about crime and helping the country. And rubbish. Rubbish. So, Mr. President, it's amazing to me how this government, again, fails to grasp the opportunity to really do something for the country. So they will come last night and throw the bill and tell us, 48 clauses, you know. I vexed since this morning. You know. Wake up to pray, and then had to go through all this 48 clauses. And I ain't see one thing that point to how this helping us. One thing. First of all, the games unattractive. I ain't nothing against Papua New Guinea, but I might bring my side from Mongo and beat them.
Correct.
Nothing against Uganda. I've been to Uganda. Rising in cricket, okay. But remember, we are Trinidad and Tobago. I think they fail to recognize
how great we are.
How great we were.
True.
They fail to recognize where we are. I mean, I will not try to impress anybody as a cricket lover. I like my cricket. Represents St. Mary's, people know that.
That was the only problem.
Yeah. I wasn't bad. But one thing I understand is how you promote yourself. And you cannot come here and tell us you're promoting Trinidad and Tobago and not one time tell us how. Not point to one ad internationally. I can't turn on CNN and see an ad for Trinidad and Tobago and the cricket. It come in?
Small pin was on CNN.
Small pin on CNN. Okay.
Even St. Mary's.
So, Mr. President, as I said, I went through all 48 clauses. And I was expecting to see, at some point in time, and I'm glad the Minister for Tourism brought it up, how it will trickle down to the small man. He said that. No, he said, of course it will trickle down to the small man. He didn't tell us how, eh? He didn't tell us how. With 3 years, 4 years advance notice, you know what they have done in another country? They would have set up and negotiated for people who exactly like Senator Howard spoke about, like Jumbo and them. Indigenous art and culture. In that same area, Browne, had their spaces, as Senator Maharaj said. They would have set those things up. But that is for creative thinkers. That is where they could have brought in the creatives that we have so many in Trinidad and Tobago being underused, underutilized. But they don't have it in them. They just come through, CWI put this, we'll get this, and the event mentality of the PNM. That is what I say about them. The event mentality. There's no policy directives when it comes to sport, tourism, and it's all about events. Something happening, we put on an agro-processing event. Something happening, we put on a crime symposium. No policies to reduce crime, no effective implementation, but you put on a symposium. Something about sport, you have events. Mr. President, policies should be the overarching directive. The events are just what we call the cream on top, the cherry on top. Because if you want to talk about how it benefits, I want to see, well, Senator Roberts just briefly mentioned it. I want to see if they could come and tell me, the Minister of Sport, how many coaches they have in the primary and secondary schools in the last 3 years, 4 years, coaching cricket. That will create employment. If you tell me the small man benefit like that, I'll tell you, yeah, that is a policy. How many talent identification officers that you bring and you send into those communities, underprivileged, underserved, that could benefit from this event?
I hate to disturb him, but 46-1, please.
Indeed.
Okay, so Senator, yes, the arguments that you're making are a bit broad. What I would like to hear is it tied specifically to a clause in the bill. So mention the clause that you're referring to, and then make your arguments in relation to.
Mr. President, I was responding directly to the Honorable Minister, who said that the small man will benefit. But without telling us, no, you said that. You said the small man will benefit, but you never mentioned how the small man will benefit. I am giving the Honorable Minister challenge for ideas, obviously. I am giving him the solution, because they're intellectually bankrupt on that side. I recognize that. So I'm telling him how he could have gotten the small man, as you refer to him, to benefit. It's not only about the man selling the trinkets and the jerseys, you know. The small man is also the citizen of the country on the ground, the primary school student, secondary school student. You could have had all the older cricketers come in and advertise it in the secondary school. All of that alleviates crime. They have no ideas. They have no ideas. You're sending all the older cricketers who know, some of them, to be honest, I know plenty of them, football and cricket, scraping for a living right now. You could have employed them instead of spending $145 million on a car park or some useless thing. Use that in human resources. That's what they don't do. They don't do for them. It's not a people-centered government, this government here. This is a waste of time government. Time for them to go. Waste of time. You know what I could do? And I'll make it simple for them. Without even going into any research. Just take the problem areas, like they like to call it, their own areas, their own constituencies. Send them to those schools. 5, 6, 7 old cricketers. Give them some employment and tell them, you know what, monitor. We have a World Cup coming in. You can imagine the kind of interest generated. Example in East Jai River. That's a great idea. Example in Tinapuna in the zone, in my tower. Send it into those poor areas, Piccadilly government. Oh, sorry, no Piccadilly government. They closed down that. Send it into some of those schools, Rosary Boys, where I went to. Send those cricket officers, coaches with licenses, and so you generate, that's how you generate employment. That's how you get the small man, small boy, small girl to become interested. And that's how you make an event a national event.
Take notes, eh? Take notes.
That's how you turn an event into a developmental scheme. That's how you benefit the country. So it's not only about dollars, how many dollars coming in. That's not what we're talking about. The UNC bigger than that. Yeah. The UNC have more ideas than that. They believe that we're talking about how much they negotiate to get dollars. And no, you use an event to drive development. If you have ideas. If you don't have ideas, you get P&M. No development. So that's all I'm saying, Mr. President.
Consult with us.
I am trying to teach my friend, the Honorable Minister of Tourism, how he can use his platform. I don't blame him. I blame him for that debacle that occurred in Dubai. He was directly involved. I blame him for that. Because I saw that. I was so embarrassed. And I think from that he should have learned. And I've been instructed by my colleague here that was Minister of Trade. Whoever it is, there should have been some collaboration between the two. It was an embarrassment. Acknowledged so by everybody who was there at that global fair. It was so poor.
So, Senator, you've mentioned that a little earlier in your contribution. And like I said, you're veering a little wide in relation to what is before us. So move on from that point. You've stated it before. come back to the bill. I would love to hear any other thoughts you have on other clauses in the bill.
Thank you. So, as clause 20 and other clauses, to make sure that I stay tuned to the bill, where we actually cede our autonomy. And that made me think, how is this P&M government so brilliant in coercing so-called independent officers? And when it comes to negotiations with outside entities, they're like little blind mice. They become coward. They don't know how to negotiate. Clause 20, look at it. Where they just concede everything, Mr. President. Commercial, everything. Take it. Just tell us what you need from us. Well, I have a few ideas. They could have negotiated with CWI, ICC, which is $1 billion entity. $1 billion entity, ICC. They could have at least tried to negotiate with them for equipment, for our schools, for technical expertise, for our academies. And I'll come back to that academy that we're talking about, the Browne Academy. I said I would like to posit here in the Senate that we remove the word academy from that Browne City. It has never been used as an academy. Never been used as an academy. You could go a million party in that stadium, and not one young cricketer in Trinidad and Tobago has benefited in an academy environment. And that is a shame. From what I understand, every seat costs $135,000 US to build that stadium as an academy. Now, if every Tuesday, Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, we could go into that academy and see, Mr. President, 60, 70, 80 boys every hour and a half coming in, and girls coming in playing cricket. Our old cricketers, because we have many who excelled highest levels, out unemployed, coaching them, teaching. Then we look at that and say, well, that is money well spent. When we go there, it's stink and dirty. 1, 2, and 3. Partying all the time, but nothing to do with an academy. So again, my opinion, Mr. President, when we hear these utterances from this government that they intend to promote culture, what culture we promoting? Stink and dirty is culture? Somebody say, yeah, I'm not surprised. They will say yes to that. But as far as I'm concerned, as far as the majority of the country is concerned, right-thinking citizens, our culture is not stink and dirty. Our culture is when we used to look, as someone has said, and see 5, 6 Trinbagonian players playing for the West Indies. You see Bernard Julian, Rafik Jumadeen, Inshanali, Derek Murray. I could go on, playing for the West Indies, and you feel a sense of pride. And that pride was so much, Mr. President, you know how much that was? It was no school fights. You come the day Trinidad and Tobago playing in the Oval, and you give the schools the afternoon off. And everybody going down with enthusiasm, peacefully, to watch Trinidad and Tobago play. Walking down. We don't have that. Why? Look to your right, Mr. President. They have no ideas how to bring our country together around an event, around development, to make sure that we benefit from this. So it's all haphazard. What is it, Vaikivai? Vaikivai? Yeah, Vaikivai with this government. Come, hustle this, tell you all good, this like anything else where? Anything else where? That's not like anything else. This is as oppressive, as far as I'm concerned, to any other legislation they have brought. Because it doesn't benefit anything to the country. So, Mr. President, I don't know at what point in time enough enough is enough for them with this government? At what point in time we say enough is enough? Yesterday, as far as I'm concerned, I had a sleepless night. I would call it the embarrassment. I felt I couldn't defend an independent office yesterday. I felt we failed as a country.
Senator Nakhid, today is today. So once again, bill that is in front of us, refer to the bill in making your contribution.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, then wrapping up, I just mentioned how I felt. Really, really, I felt, anyway. And I feel it's the same. You see, for them, on that side, they will see nothing wrong with this. You know, it's like Newton. You know, who could see something falling and recognize what is the meaning of that? It's like Socrates or Origenes, who could recognize how important democracy could be. It's like Lara, who could turn a well-pitched ball into a half volley and stroke it for 4. It's like Roy Fredericks, my favorite, who first ball at the innings against Australia, in Australia, could hit it out of the park for 6. But it requires a certain fortitude, a certain courage, a certain level of creativity to create something from a half chance, from an opportunity. They don't have that. So they'll come and put this and say, agree to that. 48 clauses. Instead of seeing in a couple of those clauses how they could have truly aided and abetted the development of not only cricket in Trinidad and Tobago, but the country. How they could have used like Qatar. People refer to Qatar. I know Qatar intimately. Qatar's stated objective 25 years ago was to use what we call soft power as a way to promote themselves. And this is soft power. This is what you call in diplomatic terms soft power. Playing on events. But you can't go to Qatar and they know there's no event without a trail of what? Development towards that event. So they never get the part right that benefits the country. They get the part right that benefits them, the event. But the development that will help the country, they don't get that right because they don't have it in them. It's not in their DNA to develop the country, Mr. President. And that is my problem with this bill. And I close with governance of a country is directly like governance of a business. It's all about how you negotiate to get all that benefit. So you have $1 million, how can you get that $1 million to benefit the country? But what can I say? If they can't account for $1 billion, how do I expect them to account for $1 million? And I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dillon-Remy.
Mr. President, I would just like to say too that I was very unhappy that we had a 48-clause bill to look at overnight. I was very tired this morning, and I was trying to read the bill while I was kind of falling asleep. And I heard the minister, the Attorney General, and I understand why we are here. But I just want to say that I would hope that by next World Cup, whenever it happens, we would be in a better situation as Trinidad and Tobago going forward. And not just Trinidad and Tobago, but also the Caribbean. And I say that because I know Minister of Tourism has already said that in 2006, there was a bill that came to this House. And I looked at the Hansard, and please permit me, Mr. President, to just quote a very well-known senator who at that in 2006, so I'm quoting from the Hansard of the 31st of October 2006, Senator Dr. Eastland Mackenzie. Some of you all know her very well. And I quote, she said, "Thank you so much, Madam President. Madam President, I too would like to, I don't know what to say, pelt two cuffs at the Honorable Minister of Sport," I'm quoting the Hansard, right? "Youth Affairs, but to let him know that I personally am not satisfied with this late submission of this bill for debate." I go on, "I cannot understand it. I think he must have been mixed up somewhere with the date, because for someone who has actually played cricket, I actually asked him whether he even played coconut, bat and lime, and he said yes. I really cannot ascribe it to a sort of insensitivity. I think something must have gone wrong, and he must have gotten the dates mixed up. I also noted that the newspapers on Friday that some countries have passed legislation, and there are about four of us that have not passed yet. Not yet passed the legislation. In fact, Guyana is doing theirs at this moment today, and others are trying to meet the deadline," and I end quote. So we are in a similar situation as we were in 2006. The thing about this legislation in 2006, it came this was end of October 2006, and the World Cup was about 4 months later, in April 2007. So they were actually further away from the World Cup than we are today. We were, as we said, only 32 days to the World Cup. So I would hope that we, and I'm saying we now, as a nation, but also we as CARICOM, would have learned, and even as people are talking about tourism and the potential for cricket and using cricket in terms of business and stuff like that. I'm just hoping that we would have learned, and we would have set now, there's a ground floor that has been set for the future in terms of cricket and this type of event for the Caribbean. I too was, when I read the bill, I said, but what happened? They're selling out Trinidad and Tobago. But again, I understand that this is what happens with events like this. But, Mr. President, I would just like to make a couple comments. I would like us to look at Clause 2. Clause 2 that where the definitions for the various areas are. Clause 2D, Clause 2G. It says, when they were talking about dangerous weapons, Clause 2G, and dangerous weapons mean, the definition of dangerous weapons mean any A, explosive, B, incendiary device, C, firearm, D, gas, E, weapon, F, glass of any description, and G, instrument. Mr. Attorney General, what does that mean? An instrument as a dangerous weapon? Or steel band? The musical bugles and wind instrument that they are bringing in to make the atmosphere of our cricket in the West Indies. As we know, the IPL, we have a reputation for having a very, very active an environment in the Caribbean. But a dangerous weapon being an instrument, I would like that explained, please, and if possible, just remove it from that definition. I'm not sure what instrument is dangerous, especially in the Caribbean, where you're talking about, I would love to see my steel bands and drums and stuff like that there as musical instruments. Mr. President, I would also like to look at Clause 19, and I am saying this because, like others have said, the bill seems to give preference to the persons who are conducting the World Cup, you know, the Cricket World Cup and ICC, and I'm not too sure what happens, if anything, with the people from Trinidad and Tobago. And I'm saying that because in clause 19, where they are, let me look at it again, clause 19, and clause 19, subclause 2, it says a photograph or any other form of image referred to in subsection 1, A, may only be used for the purpose of identification, and B, shall be destroyed by ICC or CWI within 7 days of the completion or termination of CWC 24, unless the photograph or image is required to be used as evidence in the criminal proceedings. I'm just asking, if that does not happen, then what? If they have an image of me that is not used in a criminal proceedings, what happens? I'm not sure whether that was reflected down later on in the remedies. I'm not too sure. So that's a question I have. And then clause 24. Clause 24 talks about no person shall, other than for personal use, broadcast, narrowcast, telecast, etc. I am asking because it says other than for personal use, but I'm just asking a question. Would our posting on social media, if we are in the Cricket World Cup, is that not covered by this? In other words, when I go to the Brian Lara Stadium, paid for by Senator Roberts, ticket paid for by Senator Roberts, will I be able to post my images on social media? Is that covered on, in other words, other than for personal use, is my other than for personal use covered with that? Because otherwise they are very stringent penalties here. And Mr. President, clause 29, 3, where it talks about the images, 29.3, in this year, and images so closely resembling CWC 224, in this year, or CWC, images are likely to be mistaken by a reasonable person shall be regarded as CWC 2024 in this year, or CWC 2024 images. I'm just asking, who is making that judgment in terms of whether these images are, in other words, something that I may have, may resemble CWC, where that judgment will be made, and again, what would be my recourse if I am not in agreement that is something that I would have done deliberately too. And I had my image before, and that I have put something there that resembles, and I can be charged. So who makes that judgment is my question. And finally, I would also like to put on record that I am also concerned about the marketing or lack thereof of this event as it's happening in Trinidad and Tobago. I too am very pleased when I see the Caribbean advertised as you're looking at IPL cricket, and very concerned that I don't see Trinidad and Tobago, and particularly not seeing Tobago. So I would hope that that Senator Mitchell would be linking closely with Tourism Tobago or TITA, and there would be an opportunity for the marketing of our tourism resources here in Trinidad and Tobago, particularly Tobago. As I said, it's my as we are diversifying the economy, and that would be, even though it may be late, that some effort would be made, or probably you have it in plans already. Because I remember at one Foreign Affairs, when we had a Foreign Affairs Joint Select Committee, and we did have the Permanent Secretary for Tourism, Foreign Affairs and Sports. No, Tourism and Foreign Affairs were there. And we did talk about the World Cup and what was happening with the planning for the World Cup in terms of all these ministries coming together to do something that would be meaningful for Trinidad and Tobago. And I am hoping that this is a reality for us. So with those few words, Mr. President, I thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Mr. President, for recognizing me. And I will take this opportunity to make some comments and provide a supporting contribution to the government's presentation and debate on this very important bill. Mr. President, I paid close attention to the contributions that preceded me, particularly, I would say, to the contribution of Senator Dillon-Remy, who, as not for the first time, sought to be very constructive, very direct, and gave a range of suggestions, not many with respect to the clauses of the bill or specific amendments, but content that can help guide the contemplation of the government and the relevant line ministries, both for this upcoming event and for the future. So I want to commend to this chamber that type of content-rich contribution, and to state, as I have done before, that the government listens closely. The various ministers have been taking notes. Myself as Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, and I will go into some detail, but recognize that this hosting is a multi-sectoral responsibility and beyond whole of government, whole of country responsibility. And we do not repel constructive criticism, we embrace it. This is a government that acknowledges when there is room for improvement and specific recommendations that we can take on board to do better for Trinidad and Tobago. Not every critic is an enemy, and not every suggestion is something negative. I see a great positive in the contribution made by the independent senator, and others on that bench have distinguished themselves with really constructive recommendations. Unfortunately, I am not able to extend the same salutations to the members of the lower bench on the opposite side because, Mr. President, if there was one matter that really could have brought maybe less of this toxic negativity and this mentality that we are the worst at everything in Trinidad and Tobago, we can't do anything, there's no benefit in us bringing people to our country, and a real paradoxical twisting and turning, just maybe to go through the motions of having to say something and maybe being unable to rise and to clearly identify with something that is an obvious positive for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So, Mr. President, let me state from the onset that this country, my country, our country, has distinguished itself. We have distinguished ourselves as being excellent hosts and conveners of regional and international events. This country, our country, has distinguished itself. And there are many examples, Mr. President, that should encourage us and give us optimism, give us patriotism and a sense of confidence. And these go beyond even the sporting arena, Mr. President. Even with respect to fora with respect to law and family law. We have senators, I'm not going to call out any in particular, who have distinguished themselves in leading and coordinating the convening of regional and international events in this country with great distinction. And we've done that safely. We've done that in a way that the country, it redounds to the benefit of the economy and to some element of marketing and awareness of Trinidad and Tobago. I have yet to hear of a single outstanding negative incident around the hosting of those events. We've brought CARICOM here time and time again and distinguished ourselves in such regard, the latest being in 2023, when this country did quite well. We've hosted major footballing events, regionally and internationally. Well, there were one or two blips, but I can say without fear of contradiction, none of those occurred under People's National Movement administration. With respect to cricket, I wouldn't regale the Senate with the list, but we have hosted major cricketing matches, events, and tournaments in this country up to World Cup level, and have done so successfully. So where is all of this negativity, this toxic negativity? The sky is falling. There's no rocket science involved here, Mr. President. And I listened carefully to the opposition members who've spoken. Well, Senator Nakhid, I would say maybe put a brave face on rising to say nothing at all, but he consumed some minutes, and fair enough. Senator Roberts was the opening batsman on the other side, and he certainly was swinging, but I'm not sure if he put any runs on the board, Mr. President. Just this sense of negativity. So we've done well in hosting regional and international events, and we have to give ourselves some credit. And there's no reason, I've heard no presentation made here today that would suggest that this Cricket World Cup will attract anything other than a positive conclusion and contribution to Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, do you know what is the most popular sport on this planet that we share? It's football. It's not cricket. But the second most popular sport on this planet is the sport of cricket. So the opportunity for us to participate in the largest tournament and event in the second most popular sport on the planet is something that should be precious to us, that we should embrace. And after all the negativity of the opposition, I wonder if Trinidad and Tobago had not succeeded in hosting key elements, and I'll get into what we're hosting, because some of them were some senators on the lower bench were trying to minimize what we're offering here and the matches. If we did not succeed in hosting elements of the T20 World Cup, and matches were being hosted in CARICOM, and Trinidad and Tobago were not part of it, we found some repelling factor of sovereignty, or we got into an argument with the ICC and we're not accepting this. I heard talk about alcohol and all sorts of contrived arguments. If that were the case, Mr. President, could you imagine the vitriol that would have come from the United National Congress? We've been left out again. There we go. PNM is left out of CARICOM and regional events. So many opportunities we are missing because we're not hosting. We have succeeded. We are hosting. We are part of this event. And sadly, they have come to sing out of the other side of their mouth. It is very, very unfortunate, Mr. President, but I'm a patriot of Trinidad and Tobago, and every member on this bench can stand here. Not all will stand today, but we stand together in our confidence that this bill and the hosting of this T20 World Cup will be an outstanding success and a point of pride. So, Mr. President, I heard efforts to minimize the matches that will be played in this country. Now, why would a senator seek to do that? What is the intent behind? And I heard one senator early in the debate go so far as to my ear, almost denigrate smaller countries, newer countries to cricket, to suggest that they are negligible, there's no value. And there was mention of Papua New Guinea in a derogatory manner. And that mentality could have been extended to us, little Trinidad and Tobago, at some point in our history. Very, very unfortunate mentality coming from the UNC bench. And in that hodgepodge of negativity and minimizing of games, I heard India being brought. But India is a cricketing giant, and a giant on the global scale. I heard India and Uganda somehow being mixed into their pot, their toxic pot, as if those three nations are examples of why our investment in this event is unworthy. Mr. President, sometimes I'm very disappointed with what I hear coming from the United National Congress. And I am here to say that we should welcome, and we must welcome, the expansion of the sport of cricket. We should welcome and embrace the fact that more and more nations are part of the World Cup tournament, and more nations are embracing cricket, so that when your son or my grandson or whoever becomes a player and becomes established as a cricketer, the market for their services is much bigger than it would have been yesterday. So this is something positive, and we need to be very cautious on the Hansard record when attempt is made to denigrate other nationalities, even the smaller ones, because there, but for the grace of God, would be us, and maybe was us at some point in our history. So, Mr. President, Senator Roberts made heavy weather of the fact that we're ceding some kind of sovereignty and control, we're giving up something, and he never became specific. He never identified any measure that he would say, listen, government of Trinidad and Tobago, that's a line too far. Retract that. I'm circulating an amendment. I didn't hear those words at all. It was just throw up some negative chatter and hope it would persuade someone. Well, I don't know who he would have been persuading. But the fact that to host a major international conference or a major international tournament, the fact that you have to negotiate, as has been done here, as has been done in large part as a regional bloc with the ICC, etc., is nothing new. And I will demonstrate this bill has great similarity, and the AG did so as well, with the bill of 2007, but there are some differences, and I will demonstrate some of those differences as well as we get into the meat of this exchange, Mr. President. So this is nothing new, and this was done when we hosted football and cricket and World Cup events in this country, and therefore no new ground is being crossed here. None whatsoever with respect to giving up anything or ceding anything to the ICC, Mr. President. And when the United National Congress was in office, they also had almost identical arrangements, because that's inevitable, whether it's with FIFA or with the ICC. That's just part of the experience of TNT, of Guyana, of Pakistan when they attempted to host, of Australia, of England. That's part of the exchange. Senator Roberts also made the issue of how many people will be looking when Papua New Guinea, he gave an example of a game, and again, was of a match. He's trying to denigrate that not many people will be paying attention in this region to a match between, he gave the example, I really don't want to drag it back because it was very negative. But Mr. President, I invite senators to look a little longer term than that. Not just to tomorrow, but down the road to the next generation. And when we can encourage and support and host new entrants into cricket at the international level, what we are doing is ensuring a bigger audience further down the road. And it will be measured in thousands in some cases. It will be measured in millions later on. And just because someone in Diego Martin or Charlottesville may not necessarily be a fan of Uganda or Papua New Guinea, I can tell you that for the people of Papua New Guinea and Uganda, the fact that they have players on the international stage in Trinidad and Tobago playing, it's a big thing for them, and they will all be looking and they will all be learning about Trinidad and Tobago as a result. I remember when I went to Sri Lanka, Senator Mark might identify with that particular experience. He was a worthy travel participant. Went to Sri Lanka, and I at the hotel where the TNT delegation was staying, there was an exchange, and I think they were in office at the time, we were in opposition. There was an exchange, and we were trying to remind or reinforce what Trinidad and Tobago is and where we are. And the folks we were talking to, it was just drawing a blank. Trinidad and Tobago, and then a Sri Lankan said, wait a minute, that is the country of Brian Charles Lara. You use all three names, Brian Charles Lara, and everyone said, whoa! It was a big deal. That's the kind of acclaim, that's the kind of recognition that we get by participation. So this is not something small. I heard mention of the Cricket Symposium, Mr. President, and I have a lot I could say about that, having been a small cog in the wheel of the hosting of that event. But I want to say that was a very important and significant contribution, again, of Trinidad and Tobago to the revitalization of West Indies cricket. And what we saw here, and we're able to bring together key stakeholders, including some of the greats that we all admire, to contribute to the contemplation of how we can develop West Indies cricket to a higher standard. And you know what one of the factors that emerged was? A sense of inspiration for our young people. And again, it's not just looking at it on television, but the ability to go into the Brian Lara Stadium and see some of the greats at play. And the West Indies, I didn't hear anyone mention it on the lower bench. The West Indies T20 senior team will be playing right here in Trinidad and Tobago in this World Cup. Not against Papua New Guinea, at least not in the first instance, against New Zealand. What bigger match can you have and can you host? That's a big deal. But it wasn't convenient to the exchange and presentation, and therefore was not examined as an example by those on the other side. So, Mr. President, I will move on from that particular point. And then there was unusual, a UNC senator attempting to make a case for an event in Port of Spain to the neglect and detriment of potential in a more rural area of Trinidad. And I thought that was a courageous adventure by Senator Roberts. He talked about Arapita Avenue and the need to benefit businesses on Arapita Avenue. Let me tell him, businesses on Arapita Avenue are doing very well, thank you, right at this stage. And If I were a member of the private sector, a provider of transportation in South Trinidad, a concessionaire or someone, a food vendor, a taxi driver, a hotelier in South Trinidad or in the Teemal district, I would be very disappointed to hear that, that line of approach and advocacy, which seemed to suggest to my ear that there are no businesses in that part of the country that would benefit from the hosting of games at the Brian Lara Stadium. It was very bizarre, Mr. President, and it went down a road that sometimes the UNC would accuse the government of, which is seeking to host things in Port-of-Spain and not give due light and recognition to other parts of the country. People in Teemal and around Teemal are people too, Mr. President. So I just wanted to point out that paradox in the contributions of the United National Congress. Are there no service providers in South? I beg to differ. And it's not just with respect to locals, but many international people will be coming. And the teams will be coming to Trinidad and Tobago. The officials by the thousands will be here. In addition to fans, I know many fans, even from Tobago, are anxious. And I want to take exception to the UNC senator who spoke earlier and said he didn't know World Cup cricket was coming to TNT. That should have maybe almost disqualified him from contributing to this debate, because I want to tell him that there are thousands, tens of thousands of passionate cricket fans who are keenly following every development and are anxious to be a part of this hosting of the World Cup in Trinidad and Tobago. Anxious. They're on the ICC Facebook page and website right now as each announcement is made, because there's great excitement. That's what happens when you have people who are genuine about a sport, as opposed to just trying to make up a contribution, as it were. So he didn't know World Cup. Well, he's one of the few. And certainly there's no one passionate about cricket who did not know and does not know that we will be proud hosts of this particular tournament, Mr. President. Was it Senator Roberts? Complimentary tickets for ministers. Mr. President, I heard a senator stand here in this debate and lament that the government is not negotiating selfishly for complimentary tickets for members of the cabinet. This is something any senator should be praising the government for its selflessness in seeking the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and not any narrow interest of me or the Attorney General or the Minister, the distinguished Minister of Digital Transformation, getting a complimentary ticket to go to a game, or a senator from Tobago, or anyone getting a complimentary ticket. Mr. President, there's a level playing field when it comes to these matters, and if I want to go to the Brian Lara Cricket Stadium to look at the West Indies versus New Zealand, I will take my hard-earned money and pay for a ticket and attend. But you know what? I was chided. That unselfish, patriotic approach was rebuked by a member of the United National Congress on the Hansard record. Complained about it. Okay. Yes, Mr. President, I'm going to move on because I have a few other things to say, and sometimes I run out of time and surprise myself. Sometimes I do. So, Mr. President, our approach in this has been with the national interest, with the regional interest, and certainly not in any narrow personal intention to negotiate for complimentary tickets for ministers. As I said, Senator Nakhid didn't disturb the scorers, and there wasn't much to generate a response. He gave no amendments, as did his predecessor in contributing, no recommendations. He did not acknowledge the fact that On June 12th, we'll be hosting one of the biggest games of the tournament. And then on June 26th, we will be hosting the semifinals. And if any senator would want to say that these are not events of great acclaim, that won't attract tremendous attention around the cricketing world, including now in the United States of America, they'd be making a grave mistake, because these are major events that attract major audiences of millions of persons. Senator Nakhid, again, trying his best, said, and I quote, "Lots of clauses and they all seem innocuous." Lots of clauses and they all seem innocuous. Well, good. Innocuous clauses. It doesn't sound like a bad thing to me at all, Mr. President. And what is called upon us if we wish to contradict or rebut or refute a presentation, a higher standard is expected of us. So not just to say they seem innocuous and leave that as some sort of inference of something missing, but to be a little more specific and say they seem innocuous, but this particular clause is not, and give some kind of foundation and recommendation. That never happened. So I take it as a compliment to the bill, actually, Senator Nakhid saying that. We're called upon to do much better. And then I think the concluding point that Senator tried to bring is not enough policy. It's an events mentality. I think I'm quoting accurate. An events mentality and not a policy mentality. Well, I'm not going to get into the mentality of the United National Congress, because that is on full display and being prosecuted, not by the PNM, but by members of the UNC, including their parliamentarians. I will go no further on that matter, Mr. President, but you get some insight into their mentality. But let's talk about a policy mentality. Mr. President, the hosting of this event and all of the events being led and guided by our distinguished minister with responsibility for sport and for tourism and culture are linked to Vision 2030 and rooted in the national policy of Trinidad and Tobago, linked to our sports tourism policy, linked to our ethos of cultural diplomacy, linked to our intention to stimulate young entrepreneurs and small entrepreneurs across Trinidad and Tobago, linked to the revitalization of the services industry, which is ongoing and robust in Trinidad and Tobago at this time. So it's very much rooted in national policy and development. I could tell you, Mr. President, without fear of contradiction, in 2024, this year of our Lord, the Community Sports Unit of Sport TT has been elaborating and implementing a very important program called I Choose Sport. This is an umbrella program which has coaches, cricket coaches, going into schools right across Trinidad and Tobago, seeking to develop the next generation of talent that is happening as we speak. I can tell you without fear of contradiction, Mr. President, that there is an expansion taking place of physical education teaching and teaching of sporting skills in our nation's schools. All of that will be boosted by the national attention around the hosting of the Cricket World Cup. I can tell you without fear of contradiction, as we speak, of convening of training sessions and development courses for even at the level of grounds curators, the people who take care of a cricket pitch. I can't wake up tomorrow morning and care for a cricket pitch, Mr. President. That's a specialized field that has not gotten sufficient attention in the past. In the preparation for this major event, though that type of development is taking place in this country right now, specialized courses for grounds curators, not just those treating with the Brian Lara pitch, but also across the country, including some of the grounds mentioned by the negativers on the other side, because there are preparatory games taking place outside of the Brian Lara Stadium and at venues across the country. Mr. President, and there are a range of other legacy items that are being elaborated and finalized. Senator Dillon-Remy recommended in clear English that the next time around we should be more efficient in preparation, presentation of legislative matters with respect to the hosting of a World Cup. And I want to agree with the senator and to indicate to her that because the People's National Movement will remain in office and be in office at such time, I am in a position to assure her that that suggestion will be taken on board and will be implemented, Mr. President. We listen and we will take our guidance from that constructive recommendation. And I just want to say to the Senate that this bill, you may want to look at it as very simple, but really is the result of significant collaboration. And that's one of the benefits. So there was a call for what are the benefits. In a few moments, I'm going to list the benefits of this hosting for the Senate and the national community. One of the benefits, Mr. President, and the Attorney General can attest to that, is the degree of regional coming together, the building of regional solidarity, the type of collaboration and exchange and rumination, joint rumination that has occurred in the preparation for CARICOM to host this World Cup in Plus, and for involving our attorneys general working together across the region to ensure that we can successfully host the tournament. That goes beyond our attorneys general. It applies to CARICOM heads of government. It applies to ministers of national security. It applies to CARICOM impacts. It applies to ministers of foreign affairs at the level of CARICOM's Council for Foreign and Community Relations. At so many levels, we have had and continue to have intensive regional collaboration, and that is one of the broad benefits. So that CARICOM solidarity that many have called for over and over in different ways is enhanced when we work together on events like this, and we have been working together with our neighbors to ensure that we can do our part, Mr. President. So I promised a list of the benefits, and I will give some of them. Mr. President, increased revenue for hotels and other accommodation venues. That's not an academic or esoteric benefit. That's definitive, because every single player that comes to this country has to be accommodated at hotel facilities. So I can tell you that the hospitality industry will benefit in a major way from our investment and hosting of this particular World Cup. Mr. President, obviously, everyone attending the games, all the visitors, the locals, the officials, and the players have to eat. And so the culinary sector, the food and beverage industry will benefit massively during the period of our hosting. Transportation, drivers, vehicle rentals. I wonder if you can find a vehicle to rent during the month of June and late May in this country, because there's heavy subscription to these services. And that's not the government's pocket. That's the people of Trinidad and Tobago. That's our businessmen accruing benefit from the hard work that has taken place behind the scenes, and that we will assist in bringing to the fore with the passage of this particular legislation. What about the benefit, as I mentioned, in inspiring the young persons? We speak of Joel Garner and Sir Clive Lloyd and others who inspire us, maybe the older generation. But we have young people and we have children who will be able to see firsthand the stars of the future, both of the West Indies and other nationalities, on the cricket pitch. And that has value for the future as well. The fostering of regional identity and regional integration. The upgrade of local facilities. Upgrades are being carried out to the Brian Lara Stadium as we speak. That's not something to be alarmed about. That is inevitable and part of the hosting of any sporting event anywhere in the world. And there are upgrades also taking place at other facilities that will be involved in the preliminary
Minister, you have 5
matches.
more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. So that's another benefit, and we have to acknowledge these things. They're not imaginary or made up. I have a long list here, Mr. President, so I need to be a little bit selective. So 5 minutes, if well used, this may be sufficient. Mr. President, so the thousands of players, officials, media personnel, and fans, when the media comes to cover these games and events, what do you think they're doing? They're not just sitting in the stadium and then putting their pens away or their typewriters away or their tablets away. They're part of the Trinidad and Tobago experience as well. So there's benefit to that. Let's not pretend that there isn't. Employment opportunities, direct, indirect, hospitality, transportation, maintenance, event management, all of those other components. What about promoting sport tourism? Has been referenced by the Minister with responsibility for sport and our own Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts. Time and time again, this World Cup contributes, the hosting of this World Cup contributes to the development of sport tourism in Trinidad and Tobago. And as I said before, if we were not part of this, if the region was hosting and Trinidad and Tobago was not part of it, those opposite would be screaming the exact opposite of what the hysteria that they brought today, Mr. President. Cricket World Cup has a massive following. Billions. We are part of that. Mr. President, we also have the opportunity to uphold, an obligation to uphold our international obligations. As a host for a major ICC event, we have an obligation to comply with the guidelines and requirements of Cricket West Indies, CWI, as well as the ICC. This was done before. This, and as I said, this applied when we hosted. We worked with FIFA to host different levels of football here in this country. That's just part of the arrangement, Mr. President. So even with respect to our collaboration on security arrangements, we have some interesting countries participating in the event that may have particular security attachments. Again, the collaboration between our local services and those in the region, such as CARICOM impacts, will have ongoing benefits that Trinidad and Tobago will value moving forward. So, Mr. President, this is a bill that is relatively straightforward, as has been presented by the Attorney General. I've done my best to shine some light on the benefits that would accrue to this country and to respond to some of the general negativity as offered inevitably by the United National Congress. I have seen no amendments being circulated by the lower bench, and therefore I could safely assume that what they offer today is just more general toxicity and nothing constructive that will help us to really ensure that the bill that we merge with and support here is as good as it can be, Mr. President. So there are several other issues that I would like to cover, but I would want to end the way I began. We have an excellent record of hosting regional and international events in this country. Everything I've heard today and everything that I've been a part of in the build-up to this major and exciting event gives me the assurance that this hosting will be no different, and Trinidad and Tobago will emerge brighter, clearer, and stronger on the regional and global map, and that by being a part of this international audience and part of the hosting of this T20 Cricket World Cup, the people of Trinidad and Tobago will be further inspired to recognize that sport is important to our future. And part of the solution to some of the challenges that we confront as a country lie in us investing in events, investing in our policy, as has been elaborated in this debate, and investing in the future. That's what we're doing. Mr. President, I thank you.
Senator Mark.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the bill before us is about the staging of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 and for related matters. Now, Mr. President, let me say from the outset that all of us in this chamber and outside of this chamber, many of us, continue to be ardent supporters, fans, admirers of West Indies cricket. We are lovers of West Indies cricket. We support West Indies cricket. And it's always an honor and a unique pleasure and opportunity when the World Cricketing Body, called the ICC, is able to host a major international cricket tournament here of a world-class nature. So here it is in 2006, 2007, we had a very important World Cup event. And almost 18 years later, or thereabouts, we are getting the opportunity to host another major World Cup cricket event that will not only take into consideration the Caribbean region, Mr. President, but it extends to North America. So that is the kind of global and regional space that we are in. So no one can argue against this major event. But we all have a duty and a responsibility to ensure, Mr. President, that whatever comes before us in this Honorable Senate, we are able to properly scrutinize and ensure that it is in the best interest of the people, not only of Trinidad and Tobago, but of the Caribbean. But our responsibility as we seek to promote, as we call it, a unique, single, domestic space that will incorporate a number of Caribbean countries that are attached to the schedule to this bill, which I don't have to burden you with, in terms of the countries or the territories or the islands that are going to take part in this major event, which begins, Mr. President, as you know, from the 1st of June to the 30th of June. That is the kind of time, space we are talking about. So, Mr. President, we want to ensure that whatever goes into this final product that is before us today, in the final analysis, can stand public scrutiny. So I disagree with the distinguished Minister of Foreign Affairs when he gives the impression that it's negative in terms of responses. Mr. President, we have a role to perform. The government has a role to perform. And we do our duty to the best of our ability in the interest of our nation. So, Mr. President, I would like to indicate very early that when we look at what is before us today, we would like to add to what my colleagues have already suggested. We'd like to add to what they have said. And Mr. President, let me go to the bill. Because like the Minister of Foreign Affairs, we have some amendments. He suggested that we submit. We are doing this. Because at the end of the day, we want that event, Mr. President, that will take place between June the 1st and the 30th of June. We want that to be a major success, not only for the region, but we want the people of the region, including the people of Trinidad and Tobago, to benefit from this exercise, economically and financially. We want to enjoy the opportunity that is afforded us for the second time in less than 20 years. The region is hosting a major world cricketing event. ICC men's 20 cricket in the Caribbean and in North America. The last time was 2007. So it's as I said, it's an honor for us to be part of it. We are not against that. But Mr. President, let me say from the very outset, and I go to clause 3 of the bill. Mr. President, if you look at clause 3 of the bill, it is really an attempt to engage in education and sensitization. Right? And my colleague, Senator David Nakhid, was making the point. And we, in a very unfortunate way, took it out of context. But there are many citizens in our country who are not aware of the upcoming event that is to take place between the 1st of June and the 30th of June. That's a fact. There has been no massive education and sensitization campaign to alert the population of this event that is taking place within our public space. That's a fact. And this is why, Mr. President, if you go to clause 3, we are seeing where the minister, after consultation with the committee, which is the LOC, the local organizing committee, may by public notice publish in the Gazette and at least one newspapers in daily circulation in Trinidad and Tobago the following: declare any area within the control. That is public advertisement. That is sensitization. That is education. Mr. President, I don't have to go through all these subsections of clause 3. You have it before you. And I'm not going to burden the Senate with going through all of these. What I can say, Mr. President, is this. Tobago has something called the Tobago News. That's a publication. Not anymore? It gone? So you have no newspapers in Tobago? I thought, Mr. President, there was something called Tobago News, and I was going to make a case for Tobago, but it went through. No. Well, I'm sorry, Mr. President, because I was going to make a case for Tobago News to ensure that Tobago is involved in this matter. And I was going to propose, Mr. President, that it be included in this exercise. But now that I understand Tobago News no longer exists, I am very sorry. I'm very sorry. Mr. President, however, I would like to make the case to the Honorable Minister Foreign Affairs. We have 3 daily newspapers in our country. And I would like to propose that instead of choosing one, I would like to suggest that we go with 2 daily newspapers whenever you are seeking to communicate with the public. You have Newsday, you have The Guardian, and you have The Express. You all choose. You choose. You choose. So that is something, Mr. President, I think is very important that we pay some attention to. Now, Mr. President, my colleague from Tobago, she's not here this time. She was asking about instrument under the definition of dangerous weapon in the definition section. And she wants the Attorney General to clear the air as to whether it would involve the steel pan. I don't think so. But I want to tell my distinguished senatorial colleague, if she would like to understand the restricted items, all she has to do is to go to part 2 of the legislation under 2nd schedule. And you will see under that part, Mr. President, the following items shall be restricted at all CWC 2024 venues. Well, I don't know. We'll have to clarify. We'll have to clarify. You cannot go with a large banner to say we're supporting the West Indies. That is prohibited. And mind you, Mr. President, if you go with that, no. Don't disturb me, Laurel. No, you will have a chance to speak. Yes. That is rudeness. You're being disrespectful. The president is in the chair.
Senator Mark, just have a seat. Just careful.
President, let me turn to you because I'm getting echoes when I turn so I better turn to you. Mr. President, if you go under item 2, under restricted items, you see musical instruments that cannot fit under the venue seat. No, Mr. President, let us be real. We know that we have a duty, and let us be real. We have a duty to protect the life and limb of every player from every country visiting Trinidad and Tobago for this event. So safety and security must be paramount. We're not arguing that. We know it has something called terrorism. We know it has something called terrorism. And we want, Mr. President, to ensure that that disease or cancer does not find its way into our body politic in TNT to harm or to injure anyone. So we understand that. So we understand why they might be looking to ensure that things are under tight security. But Mr. President, help me here. We are creative people. I think Senator Dillon-Remy was making the point. And there's something called cultural creativity, Mr. President. You know, we have developed our own style. We have developed our own way of expressing our joy and our support for our teams. And when we go to the Oval, when West Indies is playing whichever country, people go with instruments, musical instruments. Now, are we saying, Mr. President, that for purposes of that event that is hosted here as part of World Cricket Cup 2024, all forms of musical instrument to give support to our people that cannot be placed under your seat, Mr. President, would not be permitted. No, I'm saying that people come with drums. They come with conch shells, right? So what I'm saying, Mr. President, I'm just trying to get, listen, we are not arguing here. We are seeking clarity. That's all we are seeking. We are seeking clarity today. So if anyone on that side can clarify for us, when the time comes and I take my seat, the President will recognize you and you'll rise and clarify. That is all. So, Mr. President, we are just asking whether our ordinary citizens who normally would go there with various instruments, whether they would be or would not be permitted in accordance with the second schedule, part 2. That is all we are asking. Mr. President, you can't go to cooler. You know people like cooler. You put your drinks. Senator Laurel, you bring your drinks. You bring your drinks, right, Mr. President? And you enjoy yourself. Now, why would our international colleagues, the ICC, who are in charge of this event, would not want to respect our culture in Trinidad and Tobago? Why? And could we not ask the government, could we not ask the government to revisit that provision, Mr. President? Because I think the minister is saying that the government is prepared once we put amendments forward to consider. And it's not too late to inform these people, they didn't get it right. They are stifling our creativity and spontaneity as a people. And I'm saying to the government, Mr. President, here is an area that we can ask you to reconsider in the interest of the people of this country who will want to take part in the event at the various venues. Whether it's warm-up matches, whether it's the real matches, Mr. President, whether it is the semi-finals, as my colleague said, Senator Browne, the Honorable Minister, the semi-finals that take place here, West Indies versus New Zealand. Yes. And by the way, Mr. President, I understand all tickets online for that game, that much, has been sold out. That's why I understand. That's the information I have, Mr. President. So I am asking questions, Mr. President. Now, the other area, Mr. President, that I would just want to elaborate on is Clause 18. Mr. President, if you can go to Clause 18, you will see the contents of what is written here. You'll read it. And again, we're asking the President, not the President, we're asking the government, Attorney General, we're asking you, as the mover of this bill, to go to Clause 18 and see what could be done, Mr. President, to ensure the small vendors, the small entrepreneurs get some space so that they can play, so that they can sell, so that they can earn an income as a result of this event that will be taking place in Trinidad and Tobago. But you have to get, Mr. President, according to what I have before me, you cannot do this sale, you cannot offer, hawk, sell, offer, display for sale any items without the written authorization. No, Mr. President. Somebody has to explain to us what is the process. Because when we go to 46, Clause 46, there are regulations that are going to be formulated by the minister subject to negative resolution. But, Mr. President, a couple days to go. Today is the 30th of April. We have 31 days in May. And then the event begins from the 1st of June. Where are the regulations? We have a sunset clause in this bill, Mr. President. Draconian provisions are here that are going to infringe on the rights and freedoms of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And what we are saying and what we are asking, Mr. President, is that if at the end of June 30th, 1st of July, this bill, which becomes an act, will die in natural death because there's a sunset clause, so it expires. Okay. So within that period, Mr. President, within that time frame, all we are asking the government, and if the government was a little more efficient, in carrying out their duties. My understanding, and somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, the ICC was a bit late in finalizing the venues. It was only done at the end of February. So we are March, and we know in April. The question here is that the government has laid this bill yesterday. We are debating it today. The same way the government was able to lay this bill and they use Standing Order 62, subsection 1A, in order to get us to come here today. Because we need 4 clear days. But they also have the right to pass a motion curtailing those 4 days. That is why we are here. We are here today. So why could not the government, Mr. President, knowing this thing has a sunset clause, and it will only be there for a certain period of time, for 2 months, but for the cricketing period, 1st of June, 30th of June, why they couldn't table alongside this piece of legislation the regulations. The regulations. So that Senator Dillon-Remy could have seen in the regulations when they talk about dangerous instrument or weapons, it includes or it does not include the steel pan. She would have known that. So, no regulations, draconian provisions, rights are being restricted. We want to support the measure that is before us. But our hands are tied behind our backs. They are asking us, Mr. President, to virtually sign a blank check. And that is what my colleagues were advancing in their contributions earlier on. That is what my colleagues were advancing earlier on, Mr. President. So, it is important that we try to get what is before us right. And wherever we can make amendments to safeguard the rights of our citizens in Trinidad and Tobago, to ensure, Mr. President, they are not taken advantage of by anybody. I think that we have a duty as lawmakers to do so and to ensure, Mr. President, that this is done. So, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs indicated a lot of benefits. And I won't burden you because you heard what he said. And members heard what he said. But we need to have like I think the science is so efficient today, and the technology has been so modernized that you can make rough estimates, Mr. President, as to how many visitors, Mr. President, will be visiting Trinidad and Tobago during the period when we are hosting these games. And we must be able to have an estimated figure as to what is the possible revenues that we can gain as a result of this event that is taking place. Not only visitors, but the multiplier effect that we were told about by the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So I thought that the government would have been in a position to share with this Senate today information of that particular nature. And I think, again, I must comment on a point that was made by the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. Mr. President, in 2007, I have the act in my possession. If you go to the schedule, you will see the name, the Queen's Park Oval, recorded. In the 2024 bill, that is the main, they are there, but only as the minister has indicated, and as the Attorney General emphasized, to have warm-up matches conducted. I'm just asking a question, Mr. President. It is not, we do not want South and Central Trinidad. Let me make it very clear. It is not that we do not want South and Central Trinidad to enjoy the games, Mr. President, or the matches. No. The question I would like to clarify and ask the Honorable Attorney General to help us when he's winding up. Why did the government, in their negotiations with the ICC, left out, leave out, left out, write off the Queen's Park Oval as a cricketing venue? So you could have the Queen's Park Oval as a cricketing venue, and you could have the Brian Lara Stadium as a cricketing venue. So you have South enjoying it, and you have people from the North enjoying it too. And you have the vendors, Mr. President, and the entrepreneurs in South benefiting, and you have the vendors and the entrepreneurs in the North benefiting as well. Why we did not have this hybrid situation? No, I think that we need to have an explanation, because I don't know. I really don't know. I am not a member of the Queen's Park Cricket Club or board or whatever. I've never been. But I'm just saying that as a youth, as a young man growing up in the Carnage area, we come from the Western Peninsula, we used to go to the Oval to take in cricket and football. So I want to know why, Mr. President, the government, in their negotiations with the ICC, left out, write off, kick out Queen's Park Oval. No, I have no friends there, no. And I hold no brief for the people who control Queen's Park Oval. But as a citizen of this country, I believe in equality, equity, justice, and fairness. That's what I'm talking about here. And I think that the government has to give an explanation as to why Queen's Park Oval was left out. That's what I'm saying. And that's what my colleague was saying too, the distinguished and honorable Anil Roberts, the next Minister of Sports, when we take government. So Mr. President, it's a simple thing I'm trying to get clarified, and I hope, the honorable leader, who's the next Prime Minister, already designated him Minister of Sports. Not me. The Honorable Prime Minister to come, Kamla Prasad Bisesa, said that he will be our next sports minister. Yeah. Anyway, Mr. President, let me direct my thoughts at you. So, Mr. President, we would like the government, Mr. President, to clear the air. No, we know, Mr. President, if you go to Section 8, or Clause 8, I should say, of this measure, you know, you normally need, Mr. President, a work permit to work in Trinidad and Tobago. If you are not a citizen of this country, you cannot work here without a permit. But because
Senator, you have
of
5 more
this,
minutes.
Yes, 5 more minutes, Mr. President. Yeah, Mr. President, because of this particular event that is about to unfold in Trinidad and Tobago, we are taking the decision to bypass work permits. It's here, the comptroller, let me read it for you. You make a request within a period of 7 days, right, to the chief immigration officer. And that chief immigration officer shall issue something, whatever. They didn't say, no, they didn't say what he's going to issue, but they say he shall issue something, and it shall remain valid and effective until the conclusion of the CWC. So that's clause 8. So maybe I misread it, and it could be, Mr. President, the work permit. No. If I misread it. Some of us misspeak at times, not so? Yeah. So.
Just allow the good senator to wrap up his contribution, please, in silence.
So, Mr. President, I think I have made my point. We on this side, we don't know if to support. We don't know if to abstain. We don't know if to vote against. Now, we are hoping that when we get into the committee stage, Mr. President, some of the discussions that we are now having, we will be encouraging the government to make some amendments as we get into the committee stage. Now, we are hopeful that the government will see the wisdom of our suggestions and recommendations aimed at strengthening, aimed at tightening, and aim at ensuring at the end of the day we have legislation that could be agreed by all parties on all sides in the Senate, so that at the end of the process we can leave here justified in our deliberations and our perspectives. So, Mr. President, I thought I was going to speak for a shorter period. I was thinking about this about 15 minutes. But you know, they say when you give a politician a mic, you have to switch it off. Otherwise, he will talk forever. You know that. So, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, I think I've made my contribution. I've made my points. And I think that the government has a duty now to clear the air on a few matters, and once that is done and we get into the committee stage, we will suggest at the committee level, Mr. President, some of the areas that we'd like the government to consider, and we hope that good sense will prevail so that we will be able to at least address our minds to the measure that is before us collectively. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Teemal.
Mr. Vice President, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the bill that is before us. Mr. Vice President, I must admit, when I was trying to go through this bill within the short period of time that were afforded to us, which is not often with me, in that, certain emotions were rising within my being, because, the first time I'm coming across legislation like this since I've been here. And I think just the raw emotion was that, this sort of bill and the sort of privileges and powers that we have to confer on the organizers of this bill. It was really, at times a bit, pushing the envelope, in my opinion. And, of course, suppressing those emotions and trying to deal with what is before us in a rational way, but it still brings to thought certain dominant thoughts within my mind, in that, how much, sport and international sport and the sporting organization giants such as FIFA and ICC, with the billion-dollar industry that it is, how much influence they really wield over countries that are seeking to host the events from under the auspices, and I use the term auspices in a kind way, of these international sporting organizations. And I could not help but think that, the colonizers of the old, have changed, and now we have sporting colonizers that, as a people, we have to contend with. I'm not saying that we should not engage and seek to host events like these, but, going through the clauses of this bill, you wonder whether or not, the shape of the colonizers have changed into, as I said, sporting colonizers. Now, Section 25 of the bill speaks about ambush marketing. And not intended to trivialize anybody or trivialize any issue that is before us in the bill. But I think here we have two other sorts of ambush. We have event ambush, because the entire region, is being placed in a situation where literally, with the late and rushed need to get things in place for the hosting of the event, I am just using the term event ambush. And, of course, the different regions, in terms of preparedness, would find themselves in difficult situations in getting themselves ready. And one aspect, of course, is the legislative aspect. And I would want to use the term legislative ambush, because, of course, not to trivialize the reasons put forward by our Honorable Attorney General. I mean, we understand the constraints. But at the same time, being given just 24 hours or less to look at our 48 clauses, even though there was precedence in 2006. But for most of the senators here, we were not senators at that time. And it still takes effort. So the question of legislative ambush to me is a fair term. in the context of what we have to deliberate on here today. So, as I get into the bill, the question is also, who is scoring the sixes with this legislation? It seems as though it's the ICC. And we are limping along with scoring singles. And not just on the legislation, but I've been listening carefully to the comments from the debate and whether or not the benefits that are being trotted out that we are to derive. I know there's an element of intangible benefits that we really can't assign. Because when we talk about pride and young people looking up to their heroes and all of those things, those are intangibles that are exceedingly valuable. But at the same time, who are the major beneficiaries, of this entire thing? And based on the investment we are making, whether or not the returns are justifiable. The other point is that the Honorable Attorney General did mention about sunset legislation a couple times. And the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts did use that term sunset legislation a couple of times as well. And I was thinking whether maybe not deliberately, but unconsciously, we are being told that this is sunset legislation. It's going to expire by, I think, the end of June. So the consequences of the legislation being sunset, should not be of such concern. But I think the provisions of every single piece of legislation, whether it's sunset or not, has to be assessed for the impact on the public of Trinidad and Tobago and the citizens of our country. I always remember the introduction of CPL in Trinidad and Tobago. And I always had a problem with franchise cricket being introduced because I felt that the CPL, and now we are seeing what really are the benefits of the CPL. I've always felt that the CPL was a deliberate instrument to mash up the Red Force after the Red Force had gained world recognition in the Champions of League series in India. They had lit up the entire world. And then came CPL with this franchise cricket. And it's the model that has been used and literally broke up that Red Force team. I trust that this event, whilst it is being touted as a fillip or a catalyst for the rejuvenation of West Indies cricket, does not have, negative effects, as in my view that the CPL has on our regional cricket. Mr. Vice President, I'll just get into the bill itself, and I'd like to go to clause 3.1 that deals with the CWC 2024 venue and attempts to give a description or try to legislate what is considered as a CWC 2024 venue. And under clause 3.1a, it is said any area within the control of the committee or the CWI or both that is reasonably required for the staging of a CWC 2024 activity. And when we go to section 3 of that same clause 3, there is, the bill defines reasonably, what is a reasonable area. And in Section 3A, it states it may include areas that are to be used for a purpose ancillary to the holding of a CWC 2024 activity. So if we had to assess, a reasonable area, to me, it's a bit broad in this sense, because not only are we talking or we are saying that it is within the facility that the game is being conducted or the match, for instance, within the confines of a stadium, but it may extend outside of a stadium. And I think Senator Roberts did go to the extent that probably saying about a radius and all of those things. But I think we have to bear in mind that there is a definite possibility that the CWC 2024 venue, as being prescribed for in the legislation, there's a high possibility that this would include private property. And in such a case, would the owners of private property within the CWC 2024 venues, would they require authorization from the CWI or the committee? This is for private property within the venue. For Section 12 of the bill before us deals with unauthorized entry. And when the Honorable Minister of Tourism, Culture and Arts was making his contribution, I distinctly remember him saying that consent would be given by the CWI or the organizing, the committee. But in the limited time I have had to go through these clauses here, I have not come across any aspect of what is before us here where it is saying that the CWI or the committee would give consent to any private property owner that falls within the CWC 2024 venue. So I hope that when the Honorable Attorney General is wrapping up, he can point us to where in this bill it's a question of consent. Because here we have persons.
Just said I didn't get where in this bill. I lost the last bit that you said. If you could just repeat. Consent.
Yeah, about consent. Yeah. And about consent. And whether or not somebody who enjoys the right of property should have unfettered access to their property, or we are putting them in a situation where they have to go and seek consent to have access to their own property. And I think that is something that has to be, I would like to get some clarification on that. Maybe I'm reading it wrong, but I'm not coming across anything definitive on that matter. Because Clause 4.1 states that the CWI shall, for the duration of a match period, have full and unrestricted control of venue, so declared pursuant to Section 3.1. Full and unrestricted control. So we are putting that power, that authority into the hands of the CWI. And although it goes on to say, subject to the rights of any governmental or municipal authority responsible for public health, disaster management, or national security. So I would still ask, what about the rights of private property owners within the CWC 2024 venue? Now, in the same line of concern that I'm raising. For traffic control and deliveries within the CWC 2024 venues, Clause 5(1) A and B says that the Commissioner may regulate or prohibit the making of deliveries within any CWC 2024 venue. So the question comes up again, what about persons who are living within that CWC 2024 venues? Are they going to be faced with a situation where, okay, it could be regulated, that they are actually prohibited from enjoying the right of their property? Then I go to section, clause 6, that deals with the sale and distribution of CWC 2024 tickets. And with my limited knowledge about large sporting events under such large organizations, is that I'm trying to understand, why do we have to legislate this? And whether there are existing laws for abuse in terms of sales of tickets or fraud and all of those things to cover this aspect. But we need to legislate for this in the bill that is before us. And in clause 4, section 4, it says a person who contravenes subsection 2, which is about written authorization of CWI to sell the CWC 2024 tickets, commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $60,000. Now, in such a situation, who brings the charge against the person? Who? Because the clarity about whether or not the police would bring that charge, or whether we are empowering the CWI to bring that charge, I think is something that we need to look at. Then clause 8, work permit. I think Senator Mark did talk about work permit, but we are giving the Chief Immigration Officer 7 days of being requested. 7 days. And I'm asking if this legislation is putting the Chief Immigration Officer with the resources available to the Chief Immigration Officer at this point in time, because this is happening now, within the next month, to respond to that influx of applications for work permit within 7 days. And what is the impact it is going to have on the regular operations of the Chief Immigration Officer? Would it mean that this is being given priority and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago who are seeking services from the Chief Immigration Officer during this period of time will be pushed aside under a waiting list and say, well, look, we are flooded with this event and requests for work permits. I have to respond within 7 days. So you have to cool all yourselves for the month. And then we'll get back to you all. Are there measures being taken for the Chief Immigration Officer to have a special team developed to deal with this influx that would allow the office to issue work permits within 7 days? And then if it is not done within 7 days, what are the consequences? In clause 9, 1J, that deals with import and export duties. 9(1)J talks about products that the licensee intends to distribute as promotional items and products of the licensee. Now, the reason I raise this, Mr. Vice President, is the term licensee. Because throughout the bill before us, there is no interpretation of the term licensee. So who is this licensee? There is a term in the interpretation that allows for a licensed user. In the context of Section 31, that mentions CWC 2024 indicia and CWC 2024 images. But in the context of goods and services, or goods in particular, import of goods and export, as defined in Clause 9.1, I would like some clarification on that term licensee, because I am not seeing it clearly interpreted in the bill before us.
Come in the copyright and trademark and the other acts, the IPO acts.
Oh. Or if it relates to the other acts, as some other act has been, I'm being told by Senator Vieira. I mean, I think we should refer to it, to tie it into something. But there it just stands out. Mr. Vice President, if you allow me, I would like to go to Clause 15, which deals with members' privileges during a match period. Now, here we are not only talking about Browne Stadium, because I think the Honorable Attorney General did mention about the Sir Frank Quarrel ground, did mention Queen's Park Oval, and I think the Diego Martin Regional Corporation. And maybe there would be one or two other venues for warm-up matches and all of those things. And Clause 14 deals with members' privileges during a match period. And we are dealing with, of course, Browne would be a government related entity. But what about, it says, any organization, association, club, or similar body? And why does a parliament have to get into legislating members' privileges for clubs and organizations outside there? And this, what is being proposed is that saying that the privileges of a person referred to in subsection 1 may, with the consent of the owner of the stadium, be suspended in relation to the stadium or any part of it. Why are we going there in terms of suspension of members' privileges? When some of the entities are like to me, I think the Queen's Park Oval is a private entity. And they would have their rules and their regulations about members' privileges and what happens to those members' privileges during major events like us, because they have hosted, all sorts of events, international events, cricketing events. So the legislation is saying that the CWI or the committee can get into the business of, members' privileges of such organizations. Although it says with the consent of the owner. I am still wondering, why do we have to legislate that? Or whether we should leave that for the CWI to work out with the respective entities. Clause 15.1 is legislating conduct. And again, I guess it's because of the nature of the event and how we go about organizing these things on an international level. And the intent in terms of conduct is, to ensure safety, to ensure orderly conduct and all of those things. But at the same time, Section 15.1I talks about conduct public surveys or opinion polls. The conducting of public surveys or opinion polls, and saying that it should not be done in any CWC 2024 venue. And my question is, what about the media? because the media may be present not just to report on what is happening and all of those things. In terms of the freedom of the press with regards to, they may want to just ask a couple of people, well, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And all of those things. And in such a case, section 51(I), I am just querying in terms of the media and whether we are stifling the media in that regard. Then I go to section clause 16 that deals with prohibited or restricted items in CWC 2024 venues. And there's reference to the second schedule, and there's a list of the, the prohibitions. And, the second schedule, it says a person would contravene the provisions of what is being allowed for here and commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $120,000. Now, within the schedule that is provided, now I can understand a dangerous weapon and a fine of $120,000 being applied. But for a fellow who get catch with a set of bottle and can in a cooler, $120,000 for that, fine. Because we have lumped a whole list of items from dangerous items down to bottles and cans, in the same category, and applying a fine of $120,000 for that. To me, it does not make sense. To me, it's unfair. It's not proportional. And then clause 19(1) says that an authorized person who suspects on reasonable grounds that a person in a CWC 2024 venue has committed or has been involved in the commission of an offense in contravention of this part may take a photograph or make another form of image, including a closed-circuit television recording of that person. So here, what this clause is doing is giving a person authorized by the CWI or the ICC the authority to take and jack up a fellow and say, here, come here, I take a picture of you. Why are we giving that authority to somebody that is authorized by ICC or CWI? I could understand if it is done in the presence of a police officer or in conjunction with the presence of a police officer. But giving that authority to someone that the CWI, I don't know what training they have putting in place for these people, because they are going to accost the public, members of the public, and say, well, I suspect you of something. Yeah, we're not accustomed to that. Come here, I am authorized to take a picture of you. But I won't be surprised if some member of the public cough down the man for that. Or bust a few cuss on him. This is a sort of cultural insensitivity, thank you, to what the reality is. And I think in clause 19(1), to avoid pushback from the public, I think that we should put there that this has to be done in the presence of a police officer. that it should be brought to the attention of a police officer on duty, and this part of the photograph thing should be done in the presence of a police officer. And the interception should be done by the police officer. Then clause 21 that deals with control of advertising and prohibition of certain advertisements on buildings and structures. It says, subject to existing contractual rights, a person who is the owner or occupier or the holder of a lease or license relating to a land, etc., 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 shall not cause or permit any advertisement or advertising material to be displayed or fixed or to be placed on or to remain on the land, except as authorized in writing by the CWI. Okay. Even if it's private property, okay. If its consent is given by the CWI or authorized, there is some degree of authorization, I could understand that. But 21(2) states that the CWI or an authorized person may erase or remove any advertisement or advertising material fixed or placed on any land, building, or structure in contravention of subsection 1. So here again, we are giving an authorized person, and under this is the CWI or the ICC, the power to erase or remove on a man's land any advertisement or advertising material fixed or placed on any land. We should not be doing that, in my view. That should again happen through the involvement of the police. And I'm suggesting that that be added in here, because the intervention and the presence of the police to go and say, well, yes, the authorized person can go, but with the police, a police officer, and say, look, so this advertisement, and we are asking you to take it down. Not for the authorized person of the CWI to go and take it down themselves. That is going to cause trouble and could lead to, could have serious consequences. So I'm concerned about the power that is being given here to the authorized person. And Mr. Vice President, with those observations on this, I would close my contribution. I know we are saying that amendments, it's normally said that amendments should be submitted in writing, but with 24 hours or less to go through 48 clauses and then expect senators to, I'm not complaining about the procedure itself. I'm just talking about the difficulties with this particular bill. To submit written amendments as well. Within that time, it's really, really challenging. Thank you.
Vieira.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me begin by sharing the same lament as expressed by Senator Dillon-Remy, Senator Teemal, and others about the late notice of being provided with this information. It's not like it just happened suddenly. We should have known that this event was on the cards. There was enough turnaround time to give everybody prep. But it is what it is, I guess. Let me say that I listened to my brother, Senator Teemal, and a lot of his questions to the ordinary person would seem reasonable and would make sense. But this bill is the brainchild of intellectual property lawyers. And so to understand the nature, scope, and effect of the provisions of this bill, one needs to understand intellectual property. And when it comes to staging international events, the lengths at which competitors will go to get their products in full view of the public as opposed to the paying sponsors and advertisers. So in many respects, this bill is less about the game of cricket and more about ring-fencing intellectual property rights for an international event. Now, it begs the question, why would we pass legislation where the lion's share of financial returns will go to outside interests, and where locals may be treated as second-class citizens in their own land under certain circumstances? Is it because cricket is so much a part of our national identity that we will pay any price not to be left out? Are the intangible benefits so invaluable? I just put it as a question. The other observation I want to make is that given the nature of this legislation, in that it has to remain in harmony with sister acts in other countries in the Caribbean, there is little, if any, scope for bringing amendments to this legislation. There's little or no wriggle room. Now, it's a pity because we've been on this road before. In 2007, we had this event. And we could have learned a lot of lessons then. And it seems to me that between 2007 and now, there was a window of opportunity to actually engage in serious negotiations, which I think we have dropped the ball on. So, accepting that there may be little or no wriggle room for amendments to be made, should that prevent us from raising questions and concerns? Are we, as a sovereign country, so insignificant that we feel we cannot negotiate with the ICC and FIFA and these other international organizations, that we must just take whatever is given to us? I would like to say that even though the time for negotiating amendments has passed, the next time round, I hope some of the comments that have come today will bear fruit and that we will approach the matter in a slightly different way, right? Because we had 17 years since 2007 to really come back to this event in a certain way. Now, the fact is that this legislation is pretty much based on the 2007 model, which proved to be very successful in protecting the commercial and the security aspects for staging the games. So it repeats that earlier approach: no import or export duties, no taxes on tickets, no unauthorized broadcasts and recordings, no ambush marketing. Lots of security. The legislation is meant to enhance profits and the profitability of the event by ring fencing, sponsorship, broadcasting, merchandising, and ticketing. Now, with that backdrop, I have a few questions and comments that I will pose. What's the regime for local broadcasters? Is there a procurement or tendering process? Is there a package of rights being sold or available to locals, say Massey or Ansa Makal? What's the regime for locals who may wish to sponsor? How can they apply? How can they use this event to market local goods and services to an international audience? What's the enforcement strategy? Senator Teemal raised it. Is it that the police are going to get special training? Or is it that the ICC will have a law firm and agents out in the field poised and ready to bring enforcement proceedings as and when necessary. What's the strategy for breaches of the prohibition against ambush marketing? And given that this will be the largest sporting event in the region, what, if anything, is being done to promote local sport and our traditional cultural expressions? I want to ask a question. Couldn't this legislation be used as a template for Carnival? So, for example, by the NCC, because, again, the same IP laws that we are bringing in here to protect the cricket could equally be applied to protecting our cultural things when we bring mass on the road, which is in a public space. And so there's an argument as to whether, when you are performing in a public space, you have acquiesced to your photographs being taken and being used. There has been a lot of talk in the past about strengthening intra-regional travel. We hear about the ferry, and I know we'll be talking about modernizing border control and harmonizing regulations regionally. And we saw it successfully happen in 2007, and here we are having another round at it. But as in 2007, it ended with the sunset clause, and in 2024, again, it is going to end with the sunset clause. But couldn't we use this legislation as a template for a single, integrated, and seamless air transport market for CARICOM? We're about 10 years behind the rest of the world in terms of facilitation measures and initiatives. Another thing I'd like to talk about is volunteers. In Trinidad, particularly at the grassroots level, our sports rely very heavily on volunteers. These are the unsung heroes who sacrifice time and energy and effort and often their own personal resources to keep the sports about which they're so passionate alive. And research has shown that sustainability of grassroots sports relies very heavily on the dedication of these individuals who form the backbone of most clubs and organizations. So instead of making volunteerism attractive by using this high-profile event as a great opportunity, by allowing volunteers and school children to participate and to play some role, yeah? This legislation does the exact opposite. And I think we have missed a golden opportunity. Wouldn't it have been wonderful if we could have figured out ways and means to make this event an enriching experience for those who have given so much to sports and to the game of cricket? You know, we would want to ensure that there's a psychologically safe environment where everyone feels that they're belonging, they're being heard, and they're enjoying the event. It shouldn't just be for a privileged few. If we were able to have approached this differently, who knows the passion we could not ignite. I always remember the road to Italy, and if ever there was a time when I saw a united Trinidad and Tobago, that was the moment. Sport has a way to unify us and to ignite us like nothing can. Yeah? So these are opportunities that I feel that someone had used the word soft power. These are the soft power opportunities that we should look at, we should try to embrace. Right? It's important to create systems and structures that empower individuals to contribute meaningfully. As Senator Roberts and Senator Maharaj point out, the problem with this legislation is that it is entirely one-sided. It falls short on providing opportunities for local sponsors, for local broadcasters, for our merchants, and for volunteers. We all want to support cricket, but that should be done in an environment that celebrates our own. It should be done in a way that recognizes diversity and can offer sustainable growth, not just for the few, but for the many. It's important to consider the wider role that this event can have, not just in terms of improving the spectator experience, not just in maximizing commercial revenue for a few, but how it could positively impact on as many as possible. And that would be consistent with the national sports policy, which was put out in 2002, which is based on the democratic principle of equality, equality of opportunity, and total participation in sport. Now, one expects that the ICC and CWI, incidentally, both companies incorporated under the laws of the British Virgin Islands, they will get the lion's share of the profits generated by the event. But do we have a formula? Is there any recipe where Trinidad and Tobago will get some percentage, some part of the revenue being generated? I don't know. I'd like to know if there is. The country is getting involved with vested interests. Is there independent oversight? How transparent is this process in terms of accounting for income generated and for decisions being taken? What happens if the interests of Trinidad and Tobago and ICC and CWI collide? Where is the accountability? How would such disputes be resolved? Clause 9 says that notwithstanding any law to the contrary, multiple items will be exempt from import duties or taxes chargeable on the importation of goods into Trinidad and Tobago. But we have a Customs and Duties Act. And under that act, there are very specific provisions for the landing of passengers and the unloading of cargo from ships and planes. Can we curtail the controller of customs' powers by bypassing key provisions under the Customs Act this way? Under the Telecommunications Act, the first object of the Act is the need to establish conditions for an open market for telecommunication services, including conditions for fair competition at the national and international level. This legislation abrogates that and is going to impact on the holders of concessions and licenses. Has CWI and the ICC satisfied our telecommunications authority on the issue of fair treatment for consumers and for our local broadcasters under this bill? Now, from the perspective of an intellectual property lawyer, this is well-crafted legislation. Right? Marketing and promotional activities surrounding sporting events like the T20 Cricket World Cup can be highly lucrative, and as a result, they're always tightly regulated. So in the event, a selected few will get to be the official partners. A selected few will be granted specific marketing opportunities and the right to use certain intellectual property rights in return for significant financial or other contributions. And those who attempt to piggyback on the event, for example, through the use of ambush marketing, they will be stopped. They will be stopped under our Copyright Act, under our Trademark Act, under our Acts Against Unfair Competition Act, and they will face very harsh penalties. So, unless you are an accredited person, a designated person, an official sponsor, an official supplier, an official broadcaster, You need to understand that you will have to tread very carefully where it comes to using any words, images, and the like that may be subject to trademark, copyright, design protection, or otherwise legally protected. You will have to tread very carefully regarding any promotional activity that may suggest an association with the event or its participants. And consumers should not be led to believe that there is some sort of connection between your brand and the event. Those are no-nos, and I hope that the powers that be will really alert people out there, because they don't want to inadvertently fall short and find themselves breaching the law. Those who attend the event will also have to check the ticketing terms and conditions to ensure that they comply fully with those terms and conditions. So I accept that promoting an international sporting event like this offers a broad range of benefits. It could boost tourism. It can help the economy. It offers us a chance to showcase Trinidad and Tobago on the international stage. And it can generate revenue through sponsorship and media rights. And as I said, from an IP point of view, this bill certainly stands muster. It does what it is supposed to do. But the concerns expressed by other senators who spoke before me, and I share the same concern, those concerns go beyond the intellectual property considerations. They have to do with ensuring that the benefits of the event favor a majority rather than a few. I believe that more can and should have been done in terms of prioritizing inclusivity, transparency, and community engagement throughout the planning and the execution process. I believe that more could and should have been done in terms of community involvement, engaging local communities and entrepreneurs in the planning process to understand their needs and concerns, not just in Trinidad, but Barbados, all the Caribbean islands. We are small communities. You can't exclude people. Economic redistribution. Couldn't we find ways and means to implement strategies to ensure that the economic benefits reach a wide range of stakeholders, including small business, local vendors, and residents? What about infrastructure development? When you see the Olympic Games and international games being staged in other countries, what is striking is that they invest in long-term infrastructure projects that will benefit the broader community, such as transportation improvements, public spaces, recreational and sporting facilities. What about legacy programs? Couldn't we have established some sort of program? Minister Browne spoke about what was going on with schools and all of that. But when I heard him speak, he was describing something that was incidental to, not intricately part of, not designed into the fabric of the event. Couldn't we establish programs to ensure that the event's legacy extend beyond its duration, such as funding for youth sports programs, education initiatives, health and wellness initiatives, accessibility, ensuring that the event is accessible to all people of all backgrounds and income levels with affordable ticket prices and transportation options. I believe if such measures had been negotiated, had been considered, and the benefits of the event could be seen as being distributed more evenly and equitably and positively, the impact of this legislation would get a lot more support than a lot of the hesitancy that you're hearing and some of the concerns being expressed. I think it would have been much more positively received. And with those few words, I thank you.
Senator Thompson-Ahye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday I came here and I said, I complained that we had fewer than 2 days, 2 working days, to prepare for the debate. Today, we have fewer than 24 hours. So I will not complain again, because the next time, I fear I may be presented with a bill when I enter the Parliament. Mr. President, one of the things I enjoy though about being a parliamentarian is the challenges it presents. The opportunities to learn new things, not only about a variety of areas, but for self-discovery. Who would have thought that I would be standing anywhere talking about cricket? Certainly not I. As a young child, I can remember getting up early in the morning, the wee hours, and I'm hearing my dad excitedly saying, "Oh, shoot!" And that's the strongest expletive that he would ever utter, and he died at 93. And I would look askance at my mother, and she would say, "West Indies just lost a wicket, yes?" As she saw my puzzled look, as it was so early in the morning, she would say, "They play in Australia, or they playing in England, or they playing in New Zealand." Wherever it was, he had to be listening. He was passionate about his cricket. The only time I took an interest in cricket is when I went to Mayaro Beach, and we would take the branch from the coconut, and the sea balls or sea coconuts floating on the beach, and that would be our ball, and we would have fun. As an adult, I recall one day being very excited because we had a number of people at my home, and they were talking about Ambrose and Walsh, and they were all excited because those were the men who brought home the West Indies as winners that day. And that is the day I think I got a bit of cricket fever. No, I had no idea how revered our Brian Lara was until I went to Australia for the first World Congress on Family Law and Children's Rights in 1993. The first day I took a taxi from my friend's apartment to the Sydney Convention Center, the taxi driver asked me, "What country are you from?" I said, "Trinidad and Tobago." He said, "Brian Lara country?" He said with such reverence, "Brian Lara? You from Brian Lara's country?" I was amazed because every morning when I took the taxi to the convention center, the reaction of the taxi driver was the same. When I went to the Second World Congress in San Francisco, instead of saying as I used to do, "I am from the land of Calypso and Steel Band," I would say, "I am from Brian Lara's country." And you would not believe, Queen's Counsel and judges from UK, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and the other Commonwealth countries had gathered around me during the coffee break. "You from Brian Lara country?" One of them said, "It was worth it to come here to this conference to hear you say that name, Brian Lara." You know, it is only in 2017 that I met that celebrity. Although being his countrywoman of this legend, I never met him until the Lawyers cricket team held a fundraiser at his home, and that is when I met Brian Lara. Now, when I hear about this event that is taking place, and having experienced what people feel out there about Brian Lara, I can think and I can actually see the crowd of people who so love Brian Lara wanting to come to his home country. And I'm asking myself, what is CARICOM doing about this? Are we thinking about having charters? Are we thinking of having special fairs so that people can come to Brian Lara's country to actually see where he came from and enjoy the cricket? So those are possibilities, and those are things that we can think about. Cricket is an important part of the Commonwealth, and not least of all Trinidad and Tobago. So today we are debating the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup. The ICC World was inaugurated in 2007 and is held every 2 years, save the year when the Cricket World Cup is being staged. So this year is being hosted by the United States and the West Indies in June, and it is almost upon us. I expect that a great deal of money can be generated for the economy in the course of staging the event, which I expect will be well patronized given the nation's passion for cricket and its popularity of the game in the Commonwealth. So despite the winning fortunes of the West Indies cricket team, and there are lots of jokes about the West Indies cricket team, we all know about the child who says he don't want to live with his parents anymore. He wants to go and live with the West Indies cricket team. And when the social worker asks why, because they don't beat nobody. So we expect that they would come and they would eat a food, or rather sip some wine or drink some of our rum for the T20 Cricket World Cup 2024. Now, the explanatory note states that the main purpose of the bill is to make provision for the efficient and effective staging of the ICC Men T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 and for related purposes. Now, we've heard those on the other side speak about Trinidad and Tobago has very often staged events and staged them very efficiently. But we are concerned here about the effectiveness of the staging, and we trust that everything will be put in place. Clause 2 is the interpretation provision, and it seems comprehensive enough, but I would suggest that in the interpretation section, we put a definition of ambush marketing, although it is identified to some extent in Clause 25. Clause 3, I suggest that since most people do not have access to the Gazette, and increasingly I find people do not read newspapers, that the public notice of the areas for staging of CWC activities, match period, and ancillary activities be advertised also on national television. In Clause 3.3b, for the umpteenth time, please do not write comprised of. I'm tired saying in this parliament it is not correct English. You must write either comprises or composed of. All of us were taught that in common entrance class, although it seems that since we changed common entrance to SEA, we are at sea with proper grammar. Clause 4 and 5 seem fine to me. Clause 6.1 prohibits the disposing of a ticket for gain or profit. The penalty is $60,000. Now, suppose someone spends money traveling to a venue, waiting for hours for a ticket, and then falls ill and cannot attend a match. And two of his cousins vying for the ticket. Why can't he sell to the highest bidder, the higher bidder? Not always a selling for profit conducted by a scalper. Think about it. Clause 8 specifies that a work permit may remain valid and effective until the conclusion of CWC 2024. I would suggest that you can include the phrase, or such longer period that the chief immigration officer may decide, or this does not preclude a tourist visa being granted at the end of the work permit period. Because someone may want to stay on, they may have a work permit, they may have to leave, but they may have relatives in Trinidad and want to remain for the period. Is it that they can get then a tourist visa? You can think about that. Clause 9, I hope this provision of exemption of import duty of supplies being imported in connection with the organization and staging of CWC 2024 will be policed strictly. There are too many smart men and women in Trinidad and Tobago who are allergic to paying taxes, but they are addicted to making profits. Clause 10 deals with exemption from taxes and duties, and I expect it is a provision common to all countries which stage World Cup matches. If it is not, please let me know, and then for that clause I would say that should be removed, because it is not only Mark Senhouse, Trinidad and Tobago need the money. Clauses 11 and 13 speaks to conduct at a venue in terms of designation of entrance, manner of authorized and unauthorized entry and exit, manner of removal, penalties for unauthorized entry, time of entry and exit, designation of reserved areas, and penalties for failure to comply with directive in respect of these matters. That's fine. Clause 14 deals with suspension of privileges of members of organization during a match period, and we heard that they have agreed, so that doesn't seem to be a contentious matter. Clause 15 outlines undesirable conduct within a match venue and penalties, and I think they're reasonable. Clause 16 now speaks to items which are prohibited at a match venue and removal from the venue of a person who contravenes the section on penalties for person who contravenes the law regarding prohibited items and refusal to obey the order to leave the venue. That too seems reasonable to police conduct that is not acceptable. Clause 17 now speaks to order to surrender, of an order to surrender prohibited items, the manner of storage of item and compensation, loss or damage occasioned through loss of items surrendered. Clause 18 outlines restriction on sale of goods within venues and penalties for breach. $12,000, pretty high. One of my colleagues spoke about it, and I entirely agree. And I'm wondering, though, what opportunities are going to be given for the small man to make some money during this time. Clause 19 grants authority of an authorized person to photograph someone whom he believes on reasonable grounds to be involved in the commission of crime and provides for destruction of image for the World Cup unless the image is required for evidential purposes in a court case. And I would advise anyone who is going to go about photographing people that they better be careful that they don't end up where they don't want to be. Although I always remember when I wanted to photograph some young people that I saw outside my house sitting in the park on a rainy morning, I didn't do it because when I turned back home, they were inside of my house. So I would have been able to supply that information to the police, but I was obedient and I did not photograph them. Clause 20 is unhappily worded. It empowers the police to require a person whom he suspects of commission of crime to supply his name and address. A person who fails to do so or supplies false information may be ordered to leave the premises or may be removed by a police officer and is liable on conviction to be fined $6,000. So perhaps you could frame it that way instead. Clause 21 prohibits the owner, occupier, lessor or licensor of a land, building, or structure within a CWC 2024 venue from having any advertisement on the premises unless authorized by the CWC. I would want to know what are the requirements for these advertisements and whether, again, the little people will have an opportunity to make any kind of profits in this environment. Clause 22 prohibits the operating of an aircraft over the venue during a match under penalty of a fine of $120,000. And I'm wondering if it's the noise that's going to disturb the cricketers, or if they believe somebody's going to be photographing the match, or, the whole rationale for this. Clause 23 prohibits publication of false or misleading advertisement regarding CWI under penalty of $120,000 for a first offense and $180,000 for a subsequent offense. And I'm wondering if this is really a money bill, because these fines are so high. Is it that they're trying to raise money? And that's why, because when you have certain offenses in the magistrate's court, certainly, and these are all summary offenses from what I see, the penalties aren't so high. So don't say it's going to be a deterrent, because when people are doing these petty crimes, they don't really think about what's going to happen afterwards. Clause 24 prohibits, except for personal use, the broadcast, narrowcast, telecast, transmission, recording, publishing, disseminating, reproduction, or circulating by any means, including television, radio, satellite, internet, or any wireless service without approval of CWI. The penalty on conviction, again, $100,000, and the material will also be confiscated. Well, good luck with that. Trinidadians are very ingenious, they are going to find ways to get around that, and happy hunting for those who do not comply. Clause 25 refers to ambush marketing, which involves making or using or publicizing advertisement, images, statement, communication, marks, or other activity which suggests a contractual relationship between CWC 2024 or a person connected with CWC. The penalty for breach is, again, big money time, $120,000. And I want to believe this is a provision that is going to be broken more than any other, because people are going to be very smart getting around that, and you're going to be seeing the jerseys and so on, and they're going to be making sales. Whatever, we can be very creative. So I expect this ambush marketing to attract people, to ambush the whole enterprise. Clause 26 prohibits the use of a CWC ticket for any promotional activity or as a prize lottery competition game without prior approval of CWI. The penalty is $60,000. Again, I can see that happening. I can see people, actually doing those things. So good luck with that as well. Clause 27 to 38, which is Part 5, seeks to protect marks, indicia, and images, including detention and custom of goods being imported with the logo. Again, people are going to be very creative. And Clause 39 to 46 deals with remedies, quite extensive. So I wish my country all the best. I hope for the best. And there are lots of things that can happen. And all I ask is, please, remember the little people. Do not let this be a situation where the rich will get richer and some people will benefit greatly, and the people who really are suffering will have no opportunities to make any money at all. Thank you for your patience in listening to me.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And may I say thank you to all senators who've contributed, and in particular to the independent senators. And at the risk of incurring the criticism of repetition, may I begin my wind-up where I began my pilot. I apologize. We entirely accept that this bill has come to this Senate, this honorable chamber, late, and we wish it could have been otherwise. We don't accept, in the cricket metaphor terms, that we have completely dropped the ball, but we take on board the very useful comments and suggestions of the honorable senators of the upper bench to be able to give the solemn assurance that we intend fully to catch the ball the next time. A number of very useful comments have been made by all of the independent senators who have spoken, and I acknowledge them all. Some I will address in particular, but I wish to say that all senators of the upper bench have made very useful comments, which I have personally found significant. And members will appreciate when we get to the committee stage that I am in the process of circulating 3 amendments. One from the wisdom of Senator Dillon-Remy. One from, and I made a note when he made these utterances because it struck me as being very significant given the temper of the gentleman, and I use the word temper in the tempering sense. Senator Teemal, he spoke of having to restrain his emotions when he was reading the bill between yesterday at circulation and today on the debate. And that struck me because Senator Teemal, I've come to respect not only for the quality of his contributions, but the measured tones and the measured manner in which they are always delivered. It is a disposition which, to use a phrase that I like to use, which I would like to emulate when I grow up. And the second amendment that I'm circulating addresses the very legitimate criticism that he made with respect to one of the sections where the word licensee was not defined. And I will therefore be asking members in the committee stage to accept that amendment. We will deal with it at the appropriate time. And there's a third amendment which, in the schedule, folding chairs as one of the prohibited items is not spelled out, and instead folding on the mound. So we've introduced the word chairs to qualify folding. So we will be making those amendments. And I say all of that not only to accept gratefully the wisdom of the upper bench and the contributions that they've made, but also to acknowledge that, as I said in my pilot, those who have assisted me in the drafting process have worked hard, long hours, and we are not perfect, including the fact that we've come late to the Senate, and that slipping of the term chair from folding chairs was one of those things that we missed. So thank you to the honorable senators. Many different remarks were made otherwise, and I would just address a few of them without any disrespect to the fulsome remarks made by all senators. Senator Maharaj spoke to the value, and it was one of the things that I too emphasized, and I'm happy to associate on this with Senator Maharaj. She spoke to the value of the CARICOM single space and free movement and wants to hear more about that on the agenda. And I really do think that one of the templates that we have been given by the T20, I almost said free 20, by the T20 cricket, is that it is encouraging us to see and to understand and to put into effect the concept of free movement in the single domestic space of the Caribbean. We are working on it in larger terms in the Legal Affairs Committee, which consists of the Attorneys General. But the template that has been given to us by the T20 cricket is something that we can continue to apply, and I would hope, going to the point Senator Vieira made, that we can do better the next time. I would hope that we don't, at the end of the sunset period, 30th of June, 2024, simply put this away and not look at it until the next T20 comes up. We need to keep using these precedents as the templates for our own existence. Free movement within the single domestic space of the CARICOM region. So I acknowledge Senator Maharaj's contribution in that regard. Senator Dillon-Remy had made the point in relation to clause, as I recall, if I can find my papers, Senator Dillon-Remy had made the point in relation to the clause 3, clause 2A, dangerous weapons and instrument. Well, that's one of the amendments that we are making. And the short point is that in clause 3, clause 2G, the word instrument was out of place because dangerous weapons, when you go to clause 2, says dangerous weapon means any, and then it lists the different weapons. And G instrument was not to be there. G instrument was really to be at the bottom, as we shall see in the amendment when we come there. So it would be dangerous weapons means any instrument, article, or material which can be used to maim, disfigure, etc. But we will come to that. So thank you, Senator Dillon-Remy. Clause 19.2 was also addressed by Senator Dillon-Remy to make the point, 19.2b, with respect to authorized person, and the point about 19.2b is when you read it fully, you appreciate from 19.2b that what that clause is speaking to is that an authorized person would be an ICC or CWI authorized person who suspects on reasonable grounds that something has been done which gives reasonable cause to suspect that an offense has been committed. That authorized person takes a photograph, but the clause does not create an illegality. It is simply that the authorized person takes the photograph to preserve the evidence of what he or she may have witnessed. That is then given to the relevant ground authorities where the event is taking place, and is to be used, as we can see at paragraph 2, clause 2, only for the purposes of identification. So it is corroboration of what was witnessed. And if at the end of the day, what was witnessed doesn't amount to something that a police officer, and this addresses Senator Teemal's concern, if at the end of the day, what was witnessed and a photograph was taken amounts to something which a police officer can charge as a criminal offense, then that photograph will be retained for purposes of evidence in such criminal charge as may be brought. But if at the end of the day nothing comes of it, at the end of the sunset period, 7 days on the completion of CWC 2040, those photographs are destroyed. So that the two short points in there in response to Senator Dillon-Remy on clause 19 is that the clause itself does not commit an offense. The offense is only when reasonable suspicion is investigated by a police officer who then lays a charge, and that charge then falls to be prosecuted. Senator Dillon-Remy also made reference to clause 24 of the bill and questioned the use of other than for personal use. Would posting on social media, if we are in the Cricket World Cup, be covered by this? She questioned if she were to go to, Senator Remy were to go to Brian Lara Cricket Stadium, would she be able to post her image on social media? Well, the point is, Senator, that any activity that is not for commercial purposes is permitted. There is no prohibition against the use of images for personal use, because the language is other than for personal use. That is to say commercial purposes. So any activity that is not for commercial purposes will be permitted under this clause as being an activity that is for personal use. And so yes, persons can post on social media. And that takes me across to a further point that I do think bears some elaboration, and I had referred to it in my opening and very briefly, and I just want to elaborate on it a bit. The point is that there are controls that are introduced for the management of information and images in the indicia and the images, and section 24 says, no person shall, other than for personal use, broadcast, narrowcast, telecast, transmit, etc., different images and so on. But very importantly, and this goes to a concern which Senator Teemal had expressed, and whether there were provisions in this bill that are going to trespass on the freedom of expression, which is guaranteed under our Constitution. And that has been very carefully looked at, so that section 24(7) says the broadcasting, telecasting, recording, or filming of any information related to a CWC 2024 activity for the purpose of provision of information or for purposes of criticism or review is not by itself sufficient to amount to a contravention of subsection 1. And section 8, subsection 8, goes on to define the terms provision of information and criticism or review, so that the provision of information includes a reference to the reporting of news and the presentation of current affairs, and criticism or review includes a reference to criticism or review, 1, in a newspaper, magazine, or similar periodical, 2, in a broadcast, or 3, in a cinematographic film. The point there being that the bill expressly accepts and pays tribute to our fundamental right to freedom of information and the capacity, potential, and ability of our reporting media to report, to capture images, and to purvey information for the edification of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago is preserved by Section 4, subsections 7 and 8. So I just want to give the assurance that the attempt to protect the property of the CWC, IWC images in this year of the CWC 2024 images are not intended to prohibit the ordinary provision of information, criticism, or review, which is carried daily in our national media. Another point, if I may turn next, Mr. President, with your leave. Another point which was made by Senator Dillon-Remy with reference to Clause 29.3, images and indicia of CWC 2024, who is making that judgment in terms of whether these images may resemble CWC images and indicia? Who makes that judgment, and where is my recourse? Asked Senator Dr. Dillon-Remy. Well, we've incorporated in the language of the bill throughout the use of the term, the legal standard of the reasonable man. And that term will be the basis on which all such judgments as are going to be made as to whether there is a violation of a provision of the bill. If it becomes law, the act will be judged by the legal standard of the reasonable man, and there is a vast array, or Senator Wade Mark might say an armada of common law, which defines what a reasonable man is and what is the standard of the reasonable man. In the United Kingdom, it's referred to as the man on the Clapham omnibus. In Trinidad and Tobago, we say the man on the priority bus route. The classic standard of reasonableness is what this bill preserves for the judgment calls that will be made by the authorized person or any other person. And if at the end of the day, in the section that deals with remedies, anybody finds that there has been a violation, either by way of defense or offense, the courts are given very specific jurisdiction under this legislation and have ample jurisdiction at common law and under the Supreme Court of Judicature Act to assess the reasonableness, the unreasonableness, the disproportionality of any activity that is undertaken by persons within the realm of authorized persons who might become overzealous. One is not about to defend persons from, that possibility, but we have a very robust judicial system in Trinidad and Tobago. We have a responsible police service, and I am very confident that the provisions that are provided for in this bill to allow the CWC 2040 to be run as efficiently and expeditiously as we hope it will be run, I am very confident that those powers conferred by this bill on those persons will not be abused and will not be allowed to be abused. Mr. President, if I might just turn to a couple other matters that were raised. Senator Teemal raised the question of immigration. He says, with reference to, I believe it was section I'll get back to the section, but the point is in the section that deals with questions of immigration which were raised by Senator Teemal, does the Chief Immigration Officer have strategies in place to deal with the influx? Well, one of the things that actually occurred, and it is part of why we are, and no blame is being assigned here. Everybody was doing their work through night and day. But one of the things that actually occurred in the drafting of the bill which is before this House today is there were meetings of chief immigration officers, and I said this in my winding up, of CARICOM, and they met in Antigua and Barbuda from the 11th to the 13th of March 2024 to plan strategies to deal with the provisions of this bill and to put in place a plan to deal with the influx of visitors. So the administrators of the law, including the immigration officials, have actually very uniquely been part of the drafting considerations and process so that they are fully informed by the legislation, and those who drafted the legislation are fully informed by the confidence that they have that their administrators are putting in place the measures to enable the law to be a working instrument of fairness and justice. And again, going back to the point that Senator Maharaj made earlier, perhaps we need to use this precedent of CWC 2024, not put it down at the end of it, and use it as an example of how we can get the collaboration amongst different major offices and institutions across the Caribbean. That is what has been taking place since we met here in March, 8th and 9th of March, through to when this bill was approved for passage into the cabinet, into the parliament. We approved it in Legislative Review Committee last week, Friday morning, and it's come now to the parliament. There has been a concerted partnership of effort among ministries of national security, commissioners of police, chief immigration officers, and controllers of accounts to make this a working formula for success. Mr. President, just moving on, if I may. Senator Teemal expressed concerns about the declarations of venue and private property that are provided for in clauses 3.1 and 3, and asked whether this would affect private property holders who are going to be affected by the powers that are being given to the CWC and ICC. And the answer to that is no, they will not be affected. This is answered in clause 3, subclause 3C, Roman 3 of the bill. Only private property with the consent of the owner may be used to stage a CWC 2024 activity. And there's a further point to be appreciated from clause 3, and that is not clause 3, I'll come back to that. There was a further point that I wanted to make to reassure Senator Teemal. Clause 12, unauthorized entry. Senator Teemal was concerned, can a person be allowed to enter Plainfield Stadium or CWC? Can any person be allowed to enter such a venue? And the language is, unless authorized by the CWI, no person shall. Clause 5.1, dealing with traffic control, whether persons will be discommoded. Well, yes, people will be discommoded, but it is a confident expectation that the regulations will be published in advance and that traffic orders which are published will be enforced by the police. In the same way, when we have the carnival and we have traffic regulations, those regulations are enforced and we live with it. So I don't expect that to be a problem. Senator Teemal pointed to clause 9.1J, who is the licensee, and that's one of the criticisms that I've taken on board. The licensee certainly needs to be defined. It's one of the things that we did not pay sufficient attention to in getting the bill drafted. Licensed user is defined, licensee is not. We will deal with that in committee stage. Clause 19, taking a photograph, if done by an authorized person, should be done in the presence of the police. Well, the point is that throughout all the venues, in any event, CCTV cameras are at all points of entry and are manned remotely by authorized persons of the CWI, but in any event are manned throughout Trinidad and Tobago right now. And one doesn't need a police presence to be standing next to all of those CCTV cameras to make them lawful and legitimate for the use and the objective that they are intended to serve. The point is that if the evidence that is captured by the use of cameras is evidence that can persuade a police officer on reasonable grounds according to law that an offense has been committed, then we fully and confidently expect that the rule of law will prevail and that the police will charge a person on sufficient evidence, and that person will be able to avail themselves of all of the remedies and rights that they have under the law if they are so charged. So we don't anticipate that that is going to allow an abuse of persons' rights. So, Mr. President, those in the main, and as I say, I don't intend to, by omission of names, not address all of the points that were made. Senator Vieira made a number of very significant points, and as I understood him, and I hope that I understood him correctly, he accepts that there is an impetus and a purpose and a legitimacy about the bill that is before the Parliament, the chamber of the Senate this afternoon, for passage, but he expresses the hope, and I would dare say the confident hope, that we will use this experience to ensure that when next we have to bring such legislation to the Parliament, we will have done the job far earlier in point of time and be able to have a much more measured and controlled input into both the bill and the debate, and also to the structure that we are putting in place for the society that, and going back to Senator Maharaj's point, that we want to hope will eventually lend into the structure of a CARICOM single domestic space that we can all continue to be proud to be part of. Senator Thompson-Ahye made a number of very good points, all of which I accept, but I understand them much in the same vein as Senator Vieira's points, and those are points really to point to what needs to be done for the future management of events such as this, and not to find ourselves at this late stage asking this very respectable and august chamber to pass into law a piece of legislation that we all wish we could have spent more time looking at. But the hard choice really was, and I am certain, as I stand before you today, the hard choice really was that if we had said to the CWC and the ICC when they came to us to participate, you haven't given us sufficient time, and we will pass on this opportunity, come to us in another 5 years, I am certain that we would have been told off in no uncertain terms by the members of the lower bench United National Congress for having missed a rare opportunity for Trinidad and Tobago and deprived the citizenry of an opportunity to participate in that lovely game of cricket. So, Mr. President, without wishing to belabor the point, I have said it once, I have said it twice, and I say it a third time. My apologies. We can do it better the next time. And with that, Mr. President, I beg to move.
Honorable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Efficient and Effective Staging of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 and for related purposes be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
a bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Efficient and Effective Staging of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 and for related purposes.
Attorney General.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 Bill 2024 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 Bill 2024 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause. All right, Senators, the bill before us has 48 clauses, and 3 schedules. I have circulated amendments from the Attorney General. Is everybody in receipt of those? Yes? All right. And 2? We need 2? All right, so everybody has sight of the circulated amendments. Added to that, and in the interest of efficiency, we have the intention for further conversation on clauses 3, 46, and the second schedule from Senator Mark. Yes, Senator Mark?
Yes.
Clause 3, 46 on the second schedule. Yeah. And from Senator Thompson-Ahye, 3, 18, 20, and 21, correct? Yeah? Okay, good. So we will now begin. Clerk?
Clause 1.
The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 1 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 1 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 2.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. AG.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I propose an amendment to Clause 2 of the bill to the definition of the term dangerous weapons that is to be found at page 13 of the bill. The amendment has been circulated, and in a nutshell, I touched on it in my wind-up. The original Clause G, which had indicated the word instrument, has been deleted, and that instrument has now been taken down to be part of H, so that the definition of dangerous weapons is deleted. A new definition, and dangerous weapons means A, explosive, B, incendiary device, firearm, gas, weapon, glass of any description, object, etc., or and then this is the substance of the amendment. Instrument, article, or material which can be used to maim, etc., render a person temporarily paralyzed, etc., or cause damage to property. So, in a nutshell, it is to clean up the meaning of that definition, and I thank Senator Dillon-Remy once again.
Okay. All right, if there are no further comments, Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 2 be amended as circulated by the Attorney General. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 2 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 2 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 3.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 3 stand part of the bill. I will start with Senator Mark.
Mr. Chairman, I suggested during my contribution that we should have at least not one daily newspaper being used to communicate whatever decisions taken between the LOC and the other agencies surrounding it as it relates to matters involving the public interest. But we should try to widen the scope of access to information by including a second daily. And I'm suggesting that we consider that proposal.
Senator Richards.
Thank you. I support Senator Mark's suggestion. In the age where more than 60 people are known to get their information online, it's counterintuitive to limit the notice as published in the Gazette and only one newspaper in daily circulation as reaching enough people to apprise them of this upcoming important event.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I just point to the language of Section 3, because it is instructive that Section 3 speaks of notice published in the Gazette and in at least one newspaper. So it doesn't say only one newspaper. And the option, therefore, exists within the language as used for the organizers or those who wish to purvey the information wider than is captured here to do so. So that while I accept the submissions of Senator Richards that, we have more than daily newspapers and there's online, etc., the language of Section 3.1 doesn't prohibit that. It doesn't limit the circulation. It simply says at least one newspaper, so that I don't think that there is any need to amend, and there will also be the additional costs of promoting it beyond what is provided in here, and that is not something that we wish to visit, certainly on any local producers unnecessarily, without the level of consultation that we very exhaustively went through in the drafting of this bill.
Senator Mark.
I don't know what exhaustive consultation went through, because that was the very provision that was in the 2007 law. So what I'm suggesting is that let us stick, if you're talking about at least one, and the Attorney General saying that whoever is involved in it would have some discretion to determine whether it should be two. Okay. I would just like to suggest for his consideration, change the language in at least two. So it's pellucidly clear that you have to go with at least two. And I think that would solve the problem. So, and then talking about money, I don't know if money, is the government broke? I don't understand how money comes in here, because we are communicating with the public on a very important event that could really impact on their mobility and their rights. And we're talking about money, from what I'm hearing. So, Mr. Chair, that is my final submission to you.
in at least two. In at least two newspapers in daily circulation.
Okay. Somebody, Senator Thompson-Ahye?
Suggest, because most people don't read newspapers anymore, that at least we could have a television advertisement in the government television. It's a short, because it's such a short window of opportunity, it would not be over an extended period of time. It's almost upon us, you know. It's June, tomorrow is May.
If through you, Mr. Chair, may I be permitted to ask this question? In the digital age in which we live now, and it goes to Senator Richards' point of online, are not all newspapers now daily online? So that it's not just a question of buying the physical paper newspaper, but they're all online. So I think at least two newspapers in daily circulation, accepting that these are all online, will meet the concern which Senator Richards has pointed to. And I don't necessarily accept, with respect, and I'm always very careful to disagree with my learned friend, Senator Thompson-Ahye, but I don't accept that most people don't read newspapers. I think most people still do read newspapers. More of them perhaps now read them online than the actual physical hard copy. So I think the term in at least two newspapers in daily circulation can address the concern that has been articulated, and I'm prepared to accept that.
Okay, so if there are no more comments, I shall now put the question. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 3 be amended as follows. In subsection 1, delete the words one newspaper and substitute the words two newspapers. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senator. Huh? I said subsection 1. I'll read it again.
All right, fine. Go ahead then.
Senator Thompson, a proposed amendment for clause 3 as well, right?
3B. Yeah.
Okay, so we'll take that. We'll take that and then we'll do the whole thing before I put the question. So, Senator Thompson-Ahye.
Yes. 3B may comprise
of.
Yes, or may be composed of. So either composed of or comprise. Be comprised.
I would be happy with deleting the word be and changing the word comprise to the present continuous comprise. So it would say may comprise of two or more.
Right, that's okay, Attorney General. Okay, so I shall put the question. Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 3 be amended as follows. In subsection 1, delete the words one newspaper and substitute the words two newspapers. And in subsection 3B, delete the words may be comprised of and substitute the words may comprise. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 3 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 3 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 4 to 8.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 4 to 8 stand part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 4 to 8 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 4 to 8 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 9.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 9 stand part of the bill. Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment which is proposed to Section 3, and again I pay tribute Senator Teemal in his contribution, referred to the fact that the word licensee in Section 9, subsection 1J was not defined. And in recognition of that, and I'm grateful to Senator Teemal for that very astute observation, because sub-license, license user is defined, but the word licensee is not. So we propose to delete Section 3, subsection 3, and substitute the following. 3, for the purposes of subsection 1A, duty includes any tax chargeable, which is already the existing part of 3, and then there will be introduced a B, which will say licensee means an official sponsor, official supplier, official broadcaster, or other media or commercial representative appointed and approved by ICC or IBC in connection with the hosting of CWC 2024. That's the proposed amendment.
Thank you, Chair. AJ, I understand the thinking there, but I want to urge caution. The only reference to licensee in the entire bill is found just here. And it refers to section, is it 91J? Products that licensees intend to distribute as promotional items and products of the licensee. Now, I think it refers, I'm not seeing the other point, but in intellectual property law, licenses play a very important role, and they will crop up. So the Act references, for example, the Copyright Act, Industrial Designs Act, telecommunications with media. I'm concerned that by putting the license definition too widely, you may inadvertently be impacting those legislations, those bills, and also it might also negatively impact on already defined terms with licensed user and designated user. So I would like to suggest that you couch it, there's a preamble, that you would say that for purposes of this section, yeah? So for purposes of this section, license means an official blah, blah, blah. So it wouldn't be a wide definition that will impact other licensees, but just for...
So if I understand you, may I please, Mr. Chair, if I understand you, Senator, subsection 3 would read for the purposes of this section, deleting the word subsection 1, and then we introduce a definition of licensee in B.
Yeah.
I'd be prepared to accept that.
Because it's the only time it appears, and you really want to just qualify it to this. And
Okay, So, honorable senators, the question is that clause 9 be further amended as follows. Delete subsection 3 and substitute the following subsection. For the purposes of this section, A, duty includes any tax chargeable on the importation of goods into Trinidad and Tobago, and B, licensee means an official sponsor, official supplier, official broadcaster, or other media or commercial representative appointed and approved by ICC or IBC in connection with the hosting of CWC 2024. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Senator Richards?
Clarification, and I know that the entire clause is circumscribed by 9.1, notwithstanding any provision in any law to the contrary. Just for my clarity, and I know the exemption on the import duty applies to 9.1b, food supplement and beverages, and I know this is in keeping with international standard, is there an agency that is going to be monitoring and regulating the food supplements and beverages to see that they meet standards in Trinidad and Tobago? For example, if they import something that is contrary to our laws or may harm someone.
Senator Richards, I am instructed that the term food supplements and beverages in section 9.1 is defined in the host agreement, and in the agreement with the ICC, our Ministry of Health is charged with the responsibility to manage this. Yeah.
General, Mr. Chairman, through you to the Attorney General, because of the inadequacy of the Food, Drug and Chemistry Division not having any serious lab facilities, do you think it is, do you think that we are putting the public at risk when we leave everything in the air and into some document that is not before us, which is the host agreement? I'm just asking the question, Mr. Chairman, whether the Attorney General is satisfied that the public, the risk posed to the public in terms of safety and health is satisfied in the host agreement based on the provision that was outlined by your good self? Do you feel satisfied and comfortable with that?
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I don't accept the premise that we don't have the capacity to manage this particular issue in the Ministry of Health. And to the extent that the host agreement is an agreement that is solemnly signed as between the ICC and the world government and the CARICOM governments, I think that we are more than secure and we are not putting the public at risk. Thank you.
Okay, so senators, let's try this again. Honorable senators, the question is that clause 9 be amended as circulated and further amended to delete the words subsection 1 and replace with the words this section. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable senators, the question is that clause 9 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 9 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 10.
Honorable senators, the question is that clause 10 stand part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 10 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 10 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 11 to 17.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 11 to 17 stand part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 11 to 17 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 11 to 17 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 18.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 18 stand part of the bill. Senator Thompson-Ahye.
I thought the $12,000 would be too high, so I don't know. If you are locked in by some agreement, regional agreement, that you must keep it that high.
Thank you, Chair. I simply give the assurance to Senator Thompson-Ahye that Section 18, subsection 3 casts a responsibility on the court trying the summary conviction under the Interpretation Act. The fine of $12,000 is a ceiling, so it is within the discretion of the magistrate, depending on the circumstances.
Chair,
Senator Vieira.
I was just wondering, for purposes of this section, say Jumbo wanted to sell his nuts or Snow Cone Man, is there some process under this section whereby local vendors can get that written authorization?
So, may I, Chairman? Yes. So, Senator Vieira, in response to your question, of course, this would not apply to Jumbo, but it would apply to all prototypes of his ilk.
I just use him as a ready recognizable icon.
Yes, indeed. The Ministry of Sport is actually in the process of having consultations with the vendors who normally work within the venues that are identified, and is arranging to give them first preference so that they will have the first preference to hawk, sell, offer, display, etc. That's a work in progress.
Okay. All right. Senator Mark.
AG, through the Chair, is there a fee attached to that exercise, or is that gratis, pro bono, as small vendors, or do they have to pay a fee?
I'm told, Chair, through you to Senator Mark, there is a small application fee. I'm not able to tell you what that is, but the emphasis is on a small application fee, yes, which would be the norm in these circumstances.
Okay, Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 18 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 18 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 19.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 19 stand part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 19 now stands part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 19 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 20.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 20 stand part of the bill. Senator Thompson-Ahye.
22. A person who fails without reasonable cause to comply with a requirement under subsection 1, or who in purported compliance with such a requirement furnishes information that the person knows to be false or misleading in material particular, commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction to a fine of $6,000 and may be ordered by a police officer to leave the CWC 2024 venue or removed from the CWC 2024 venue by a police officer where that person refuses to comply with an order under paragraph 8. It reads to me awkward. I'm not sure what is intended, because you have you talk about summary conviction. All right? To me, that's the ultimate, that's the end. So at what point you're going to be ordered by a police officer to leave or removed from the venue, and then you are arrested and go to court? How does it work?
You want to change your order?
Attorney General?
No, I don't find it as awkward, through you, Mr. Chair. I don't find it as awkward as all of that. Senator, you commit an offense, a person who fails without reasonable cause to comply or in purported compliance furnishes information that that person knows to be false, is liable on summary conviction. So you're not being convicted on the spot. The point is you have potentially committed the offense, additional to which, because you have contravened the section, you are required either to leave or you're required to be removed from that spot to another. There is no inconsistency between either being required to leave the entire venue or part of the venue and the fact that you may very well receive a charge from a police officer. You end up before the magistrate's court, you are tried, and you're then found guilty and fined up to the limit of $6,000. I don't see an inconsistency. But ultimately, that would be a matter of interpretation for the magistrate, who I have no doubt would be well trained to interpret the legislation.
Why are you tying up the magistrate head when you could have ordered by a police officer to leave the scene? Because that may be the only remedy, you know. That or then, and then the person is liable on summary conviction. The person might never be. I don't think the intent really is that the person, that all of those three things could apply. I think you may be ordered to leave the venue, or you may be removed by a police officer where you refuse to comply. But then where does the arrest and the fine come in? You know, and looking at the sequence, I find it offends my sensibilities.
Can I add to that that if a crime is suspected, there is already a charge on that. If, for example, disorderly behavior or obscene language, the officer may order that you leave, but there is he can issue the charge and you go to court, and whatever is the fine for that will apply.
May I?
Attorney General, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Responding, I think I've already responded to Senator Thompson-Ahye, responding to Senator Maharaj. No, there isn't already a charge on this. This has nothing to do with disorderly conduct. This has to do with a person furnishing information that that person knows to be false or misleading. So there isn't already a charge of disorderly conduct. This is a specific charge that the person on reasonable suspicion has been found to have falsely or to have provided information that that person knows to be false or misleading.
But that is not a summary offense already. That is not already. If I do that to an officer now, I'm on the road and I gave false information about my name and address, I'm just trying to find out, is that already an offense to which a fine or a jail term is attached?
There may be, through you, Chair, there may be other circumstances in which persons providing false information or misleading information in other specific circumstances may be liable to a charge and to a fine. But it would be a recipe for statutory mayhem to leave an offense committed in this particular situation to be regulated by some other legislation that may be thought to apply. It is far more precise and consistent with good statutory provisions that the offense should be spelled out in the Act for the specific offense and made liable to a fine within the context of the legislation. I think it conduces to a more reasonable circumstance in which the person is charged, It conduces to a fairer situation because the person knows specifically what he is being charged with under Section 20 of this particular bill if it becomes law. So it conduces to the fairness as well from the accused point of view.
Okay. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 20 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 20 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 21.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 21 stand part of the bill. Senator Richards.
Clarity through you, the AG. This 21.1, it relates to, if I'm not mistaken, the organizers have the right to define the area that constitutes the grounds. And that may include areas close to or in proximity to. And does this contractual right of a personal owner mean a documented contractual right? Because we have very creative advertising exercises in Trinidad and Tobago where people may have loose arrangements.
Honourable Senators, just indulge me for a second to return to the Senate to execute the procedure. Leader of Government Business.
President, I beg to move that this Senate do continue to sit until the conclusion of the business at hand.
Start over.
Inclusive.
Start over.
Mr. President, in accordance with Standing Order 14.5, I beg to move that this Senate do continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand, inclusive of the matter on the adjournment.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand, inclusive of the matter on the adjournment. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The business of the Senate will continue until the completion of the business at hand, inclusive of the matter on the adjournment. We shall now return to the Committee of the Whole.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to repeat for context, this 21.1 referred to, in instance A, advertising structures on the specific venue, or in the venue, or in adjoining areas designated by the organizers as part of the general confines of the match venue. And is that referred to permanent structures only? Any structure that may end up on that land, because in the advertising world in Trinidad and Tobago, people roll trucks and other temporary devices in as advertising medium or media. Digital boards rolling on trucks and vans.
Attorney General.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, first of all, on the grammatical language of Section 21.1, Senator Richards, the land that is contemplated is land within a CWC 2024 venue. That's in the third line. So you may have you may have this desk as a bit of land, but the venue is only this area here. So this prohibition will apply to the posting of advertisements or structures or mobile advertisement displays that drive in and park within that venue, and those would be prohibited with the consent of the owner in a contract that he enters into with the IWC.
And this is why...
CWI, sorry.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, if I could continue. This is why clarity is so important where these things are concerned. There was a lot of reference to the last time we hosted an international conference in 2007. A lot has changed since then. We have 1 month to apprise the public of what the rules and regulations and laws are, and we don't want the public running afoul inadvertently to what we are attempting to institute here through law.
And all I would say in response to that, Senator, is we have been working, and I express my gratitude to the Ministry of Sport, we, the Attorneys General and Legal Legislative Drafting Department of the Attorney General's Department. We've been working very closely and collaboratively with the Ministry of Sport, and I am very confident that they have a plan in place once this becomes law to educate the members of the public of the scope and purport of this legislation once it becomes law.
Senator Vieira?
Just a question. So I know that in ambush marketing, say, for example, the venue, the promoters have a contract with Coca-Cola, and I am Pepsi-Cola. So I want to get Pepsi-Cola into the view of the public. So I go to a house nearby, and I put up a Pepsi-Cola sign and a Pepsi-Cola billboard. The intent of the legislation is that that would be prohibited. I could not engage in that kind of ambush marketing. But when I look at Section 21(1), it says, subject to existing contractual rights. So if, for example, I already had a contract with Pepsi, then I would be free to have that advertisement, even though it may conflict with an official sponsor of the event. I'm just reading it that way because smart people may rush right now and get into contracts with all kinds of suppliers.
Just 1 minute, please.
So, but once it's not on,
Stop it. Yeah. 2 points through you, Chair. 2 points in response to Senator Vieira. One is, again, going back to the answer I made to Senator Richards, the venue is the focal point. And one would expect that what the CWC organizers are going to have to undertake is to put up sufficient barricades for visibility around the venue so that the visibility beyond the perimeters of the venue are not unrestricted. And in any event, the point is that, this is a section that is regulating what can happen on or within the venue, so it doesn't prohibit somebody next door. Let's take an example that perhaps all of us can relate to. The Queen's Park Oval, and on the opposite side of the road, there, I forget the name of it now, but a very popular pub that we would all go to when the cricket is finished playing. If somebody in that pub were to put up a large billboard, they can't be prohibited by this legislation from doing that. But the venue owner of the Queen's Park would probably have the CWC persuade them at some cost to erect visibility barriers so that the advertisement in the pub next door can't be viewed. That's cricket wicket. That's it.
Yeah, cricket wicket.
About 20 years.
And then you also have that place that sells the Deoroop pork. But if you look at areas reasonably required for the staging of a CWC 224 activity, it says may be comprised of 2 or more non-contiguous areas. What does that mean? This is at section 3.3.
What section is that?
Section 3.3,
yes.
where we're talking about the declaration of a venue. Because the venue, it seems to me, is not just the actual venue, but it could also be what's around the venue.
But do we need to define venue? And does it include all the practice ground, where the practice matches and so on are taking place?
Yeah. Well, in answer to that, I mean, we have to start with section 3.1a, because that is the cross-reference that comes across from subsection 3. And what we are told by section 3.1a is that the minister, after consultation with the committee, may by public notice publish in the Gazette and at least one day in the newspaper, A, declare any area within the control of the committee or CWI or both that is reasonably required for the staging of the CWC activity. So the two non-contiguous areas may be declared to be that, and in that case, it falls within the definition of venue.
That's my understanding.
Yes.
That's how I see too. And here's the rub. So I have a property that is in one of these non-contiguous areas that falls within that declaration. But I have a pre-existing contract with somebody else. The point is, I would be free. How could they do that? Is that subject to existing contractual rights? So I could have.
Well, all I would say to that, Senator Vieira, is that one of the other benefits that this legislation may very well bring is some work for bright lawyers.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 21 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 21 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 22 to 26.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 22 to 26 stand part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 22 to 26 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 22 to 26 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 27 to 38.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 27 to 38 stand part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 27 to 38 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 27 to 38 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 39 to 45.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 39 to 45 stand part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 39 to 45 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 39 to 45 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 46.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 46 stand part of the bill. Senator Mark.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, seeing that we don't have any regulations before us at this time, and if we have to adopt this negative process, I think you might be falling behind time. So I think it's better you bring it affirmative so we can debate it immediately. So I think we should delete negative and replace it with affirmative so that the government could speed up these regulations, because many areas of this bill, as you know, that are very troubling, are relying exclusively on the regulations. So I would suggest that we get the government to support the affirmative and replace, delete negative, replace it with affirmative. Mr. Chairman, that is my submission.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Senator Mark, the operative word, the most important operative word in section 46, subsection 2, is the word may, which follows the words the minister. The minister may make regulations. It could very well be that we get to the sunset clause of this legislation and the discretionary power given by this subsection to the minister doesn't arise to be exercised. So that I think that your first premise to speed up might be contrary to your intent to engage in any debate now at 7:53 p.m. on an affirmative resolution. But in any event, I decline your invitation to change the word negative to affirmative. Thank you.
Well, I maintain my position.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 46 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 46 now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 47 to 48.
Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 47 to 48 stand part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that clauses 47 to 48 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 47 to 48 now stands part of the bill.
Schedule 1.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Schedule 1 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Schedule 1 now stands part of the bill.
Schedule 2.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Schedule 2 now stand part of the bill. Attorney General and Senator Mark. So, Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I've circulated an amendment, Part 2 of the second schedule, paragraph 4, fold-in not intended for mounds. I wish to delete that and to substitute with fold-in chairs not intended for mounds.
Okay. Senator Mark, your proposed amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I'm just trying to clarify. When we talk about musical instruments being restricted, are we talking about the steel pan? Are we talking about drums? Like, people will come with a drum to engage in drumming and so on. What are we talking about here? Or are these things going to be part of the regulations?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The language of item 2, read carefully, answers Senator Mark. Musical instruments that cannot fit under the venue seat or on a person's lap or is louder than 70 decibels. Or is louder than 70 decibels. The point is that other than
a steel pan can fit on somebody's lap. On your lap. What?
Thank you. The point is that other than the ornamental steel pan that one might buy in the airport, it is very unlikely that a steel pan could fit under the venue seat. It may very well be that it could fit on the lap, but the question is, would it be louder than 70 decibels in playing? So I think that the answer to Senator Mark's question is that part 2 of the number 2 will be subject to interpretation, and it may very well be that when persons arrive in the venue with an ornamental steel pan that can fit under their seat, they may be permitted, or if they come with one and the tenor is tested that can fit on the lap and the tenor is tested at the entrance and the measurement says it's more than 70 decibels, they will not be permitted to take it in. So it's really a question of interpretation.
Senator Richards.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Members, it's a bit loud. I'd like to hear Senator Richards. Senator Richards.
Chairman, through you to the Honourable Attorney General. Now, we've heard contributions from the Honourable Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts about the opportunity for us to showcase ourselves to the world. And now we're hearing, with this clause in the schedule, that someone who has not been identified is going to interpret for us in Trinidad and Tobago whether our national instrument is appropriate to be taken into a venue to display our culture. I find that hard to swallow. I find it very, very difficult to swallow, given what part of what this is touted to benefit the country. So, one, our national instrument has to be tested, and it may be too loud, over 70 decibels for someone. It may not be able to fit. It wasn't designed to fit under a chair. And it wasn't designed to fit on somebody's lap. So that clause is, to me, offensive to the culture of Trinidad and Tobago. Highly offensive. Thank you. No, I will stick with the national instrument which I do believe is maybe debated soon to be certified. So I find this inclusion highly offensive.
Not just in
So,
elsewhere
It's
in the
harmonized
US.
legislation, harmonized.
thank you, Chair. So going back to my original answer to Senator Mark, but in answer to Senator Richards, I can understand the concern, the passion of Senator Richards. And I think that, like all legislation, this legislation is going to have to be interpreted in a practical manner and reasonably. So for instance, and always legislation must be read as a whole. And if you were to take just this page alone as the whole, of course it is not, but the second schedule has two parts. And part one says prohibited items. And that's clear. You can't bring it on at all. Part two says restricted items. That immediately imports a discretion on the managers as to what will be allowed on or not. The steel pan, if I may just finish, so that I don't lose my train of thought. The steel pan, given its size, in a seating environment, within the aisles of seating, will have to be measured by the person exercising the discretion to restrict them, whatever it is, whether it be steel pan or otherwise, for OSHA requirements and others in terms of access among aisles. It doesn't mean, given that it is not a prohibited item, it is a restricted item, it doesn't mean that on an appropriate application, someone can't assemble at the entrance to the venue and have a couple steel pans there to welcome the visitors. Because it says restricted, it doesn't say prohibited. So again, it is going to have to be read in its totality, and the discretion of the venue managers will be applied.
Honorable AG, in fact, I was thinking along similar lines, because if it is restricted, it gives us a little leeway.
That's right.
When you're doing the regulations, to allow for a small pan site, not only just with the tenor pan, to be able to come to the venue.
And a tassel.
And screen them and provide for it. It's not an outright prohibition, but it certainly reflects the flavor of our people and our culture.
Culture is not excluded based on
And I think all of that will be brought to bear as this is implemented over the next couple of months. And certainly if we were to get to producing regulations for negative resolution, that would be a consideration that would certainly inform the making of the regulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Richards.
Honorable Senators, the question is that Schedule 2 be amended as circulated by the Attorney General. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable Senators, the question is that Schedule 2 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Schedule 2 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Schedule 3.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Schedule 3 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Schedule 3 now stands part of the bill. Honourable Senators, the question is that the bill as amended be now reported to the Senate. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill as amended will now be reported to the Senate.
Mr. President, I wish to report that the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 Bill 2024 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate agree with the committee's report on the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 Bill 2024. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Efficient and Effective Staging of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 and for related purposes be now read a third time and passed.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Efficient and Effective Staging of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 and for related purposes be now read a third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No division.
You want to vote against it?
Dr. Browne.
Yes.
Mr. Armour.
Yes.
Ms. Gopi Schoon.
Yes.
Mr. Sinanan.
Yes, the cricket.
Mr. Hussain.
Yes.
Ms. West.
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
Ms. Cox.
Yes.
Mr. Bacchus.
Yes.
Mr. Singh.
Yes.
Dr. Ibrahim.
Yes.
Mrs. Sagram Singh Sukla.
Yes.
Mr. Sukai.
Yes.
Mrs. Lazama Lee Singh.
Yes.
Mr. Hislop.
Yes.
Mr. Mark.
Abstain.
Ms. John.
Abstain.
Mrs. Lakshmidial Ramdial.
Abstain.
Mr. Nakhid.
Abstain.
Mr. Leida.
Abstain.
Mr. Roberts.
Abstain.
Dr. Richards.
Yes.
Mr. Vieira, SC.
Yes.
Mr. Teemal.
Yes.
Mrs. Thompson-Ahye.
Absent. Yes.
Mrs. Thompson-Ahye.
Yes. I say absent.
Dr. Professor Hutchinson.
Yes.
Dr. Patasa.
Yes.
Ms. Maharaj.
Yes.
Mr. Francis.
Yes.
Follows. 23 senators voted for, 0 senators voted against, and there were 6 abstentions.
Honourable Senators, the results of the division is as follows: 23 votes for, 0 votes against, and there were 6 abstentions. As such, the bill is read a third time and passed.
A bill entitled, An Act to Make Provision for the Efficient and Effective Staging of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup 2024 and for related purposes.
Leader of Government Business.
Excellent work, Attorney General. Mr. President, I beg to move that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honourable Senators, before I put the question on the adjournment, leave has been granted for one matter to be raised on the motion for the adjournment of the Senate. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the matter deals with the need for the government to provide a status report on the country's accession to the Budapest Convention on Cyber Crime. Mr. President, it was the Attorney General who indicated to this Parliament, the Senate, some time ago, that the Trinidad and Tobago government requested to access the Budapest Convention, which was granted by the Council of Europe sometime in October of 2021. I think it was around the 20th of October. That was some 2 years and 5 months ago. Mr. President, since then, tiny Grenada has also sought access, which was granted by the Council of Europe. And Mr. President, would you believe that Grenada sought access on the 7th of February 2024? And that access was granted and accepted by the Council of Europe a few days later. So Grenada has access within 2 months of making the request, access to the Budapest Convention. Our country, whose Attorney General gave us an undertaking that the government had made the request to access the Budapest 2 years and 5 months ago, Trinidad and Tobago is yet to access the Budapest Convention. Now, or accede, right, to the Budapest Convention. The reality is, it is shameful with all these cybercrime attacks and assaults by criminal forces operating outside of our jurisdiction, that the government has failed after 2 years and 5 months to accede to the Budapest Convention. Mr. President, you know Trinidad and Tobago has been the subject, the victim, the candidate of severe incursions and cybercrime attacks. The Attorney General office was attacked. TSTT was attacked. Then you had courts, PriceMart, SWRHA. Mr. President, somebody tell me even the Parliament got attacked. I'm not too sure. But Mr. President, the reality is that the Ansa Makal got attacked. Massey also. So, Mr. President, it's widespread, it's large scale, it is far-reaching. And here it is, the Budapest Convention gives us the opportunity to deal with this issue. And the government of Trinidad and Tobago is sleeping on the job. They are sleeping on the job, Mr. President. And we know, Mr. President, that this particular situation has certain human and economic consequences. And we need to recognize that the government of Trinidad and Tobago has the responsibility to address this issue because it has national, regional, and international consequences for our security and our peace. Mr. President, it's a threat to our very existence as a nation. So we shouldn't be taking this issue of cybercrime lightly, Mr. President. And I'm very, very ashamed that our Attorney General, having reached out, the Council of Europe did not reach out to us. The government reached out to the Council of Europe seeking access to the Budapest Convention. And the Council of Europe said no problem. And they were supposed to accede, but they have not acceded. 2 years and 5 months later. 2 years and 5 months later, having made the request, they have not acceded. And as I said, Mr. President, Tiny Grenada 2 months ago made the same request. And just a couple of days ago, they got the right to accede to the Budapest Convention 2 months after making the request. And we are 2 years, 5 months after. You know, Mr. President, it pains me to bring this matter to this Parliament when the Attorney General owes this Parliament an apology, an explanation for why we could not do what Grenada did in a short period of time. What is holding up the government? We need cybercrime legislation, right? And the Budapest Convention offers us the best chance because it addresses human rights issues, Mr. President.
Senator, you have 2 more minutes.
Human rights issues. So we don't want the government to bring any kind of legislation that offend our rights. The Budapest Convention is the best opportunity to safeguard the citizens' rights whilst we're protecting ourselves against cybercrime criminals. That is what we're about. So, Mr. President, I've brought this matter. I hope I don't have to come back here again. I am hoping that the Attorney General could rise and said, we apologize. We have taken steps to address this matter, and that this matter has been addressed, and therefore, Senator Mark, here what's happening. You have not had your information updated. Here is the updated information. We have acceded to the convention, and we expect legislative action to take place within a short time so that we can put ourselves on a solid footing. Mr. President, I thank you, and all we are seeking here today is a status report from the government on its ability to accede to the Budapest Convention. We are not arguing anything else except the government giving us a status report on this whole convention that we were supposed to be part of in the last 2 years and 5 months. Mr. President, I thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Mark framed his submission on this matter on the adjournment on a platform that unless, I'm listening to him, unless or until a country accedes to the Budapest Convention, it means that nothing is being done to treat with cybercrime. He's framed everything around accession and vulnerability. And Mr. President, I submit that nothing could be further from the truth, and the government of Trinidad and Tobago, as has been presented in this chamber and this parliament on several occasions over the last few months, has been taking action and is taking action with respect to improving the safety of government systems and national systems from cyber crime attacks, and has learned from the attack that occurred on the Ministry of the Attorney General. The Minister of Digital Transformation has stood in this House in response to questions and other mechanisms raised by the same Senator Mark and other senators, and presented detail on actions taken by the government since that particular attack. So I want to, from the onset, indicate that Senator Mark has framed his submission on a false premise. Mr. President, that notwithstanding, the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime, or as fully spelled out, the Council of Europe Convention on Cybercrime, is a significant international attempt to deal with criminal offenses that occur through use of the internet and through computer networks. Just by way of background, this convention was adopted in November 2001 and entered into force 3 years later, on July 1st, 2004. And we agree represents a breakthrough in international efforts to combat cyber crime. And it really provides a framework for international synchronization and cooperation with respect to harmonizing legislation between states that are party to the convention itself. Trinidad and Tobago, just like every other country in the modern world, has to confront challenges posed by cybercrime, and we are doing so. As a member of the international community, we have a vested interest in working with others to address these challenges and enhance our cybersecurity capabilities. The prospect of acceding to the Budapest Convention holds a number of potential benefits for Trinidad and Tobago. We would gain further access to the network of international partners that cooperate in combating cybercrime. So we certainly see the benefits. We also recognize that acceding to the convention will further assist the country in aligning national legislation with the established international standards on cybercrime, and that such harmonization is important and welcome. The convention offers opportunities for the country to enhance technical capabilities and expertise in dealing with cybercrime, so it's an additional facility that we would wish to benefit from. Mr. President, acceding to the Budapest Convention would also enhance Trinidad and Tobago's overall reputation as joining as a member of the responsible community of global members committed to addressing cybersecurity challenges. The government, as I have indicated, is fully cognizant of the benefits of accession, and Cabinet has agreed that Trinidad and Tobago would initiate the formal process of accession of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to the Budapest Convention. To that end, in June 2001, Trinidad and Tobago informed the Council of Europe of the interest of our government in acceding to the convention. The Council of Europe was informed that Trinidad and Tobago legislation, the Computer Misuse Act, Chapter 1117, is already deemed to be broadly in line with the convention. Later that year, in October 2001, the Council of Europe did acknowledge Trinidad and Tobago's expression of interest in acceding to the Budapest Convention and informed of the decision to invite this country to accede. As a result, and this is important for Senator Mark to take note, Trinidad and Tobago was granted a 5-year window. So he mentioned 2 years and so on. I'm not sure where he got that. A 5-year window was granted starting from the date of invitation on October 20th, 2001. And I know Senator Mark has his strengths and weaknesses. I hope his mathematics would suffice to recognize that we are well within the 5-year window, and I'm not being uncharitable to the goodly senator, but just to guide him, if he's asking for status report and timelines, we are well within the 5-year window to complete the necessary procedures, including domestic legislation, toward accession. The amendment to the Computer Misuse Act, Chapter 1117, is being pursued by the relevant agencies of government to ensure that our legislation would be updated to meet the requirements of the modern digital world and to be in alignment with international best practice and standards. It is anticipation upon the completion of that process, Trinidad and Tobago would be in a position to accede to this important convention, well within the time frame that has been availed to us in the collaboration with the Council of Europe, the Ministry of Digital Transformation, and the Office of the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, and other responsible entities continue to treat with this matter as this government takes all of its responsibilities seriously. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.